excuse me, I'm just going to go grab my laptop.
Okay, thanks everyone for coming in early for this. So yes, we're looking with the compliance and fraud risk today. Now this risk, as you'll know, it has those two different aspects to it. First, that we're unable to withstand the impacts of fraudulent activity or corrupt activity on the organisation, and secondly, that council's unable to adapt to the increasing compliance requirements that are being asked of it. So as you'll know, council is required, is responsible for ensuring compliance with a range of legislation and regulations that are all designed to be a benefit to the community and the environment. This risk has been assessed as stable since it was first reported on, and this is largely due to the fact that we've got measures in place that are ensuring that our internal systems and controls are working effectively and as they should be. So, however, at an internal level, as we've outlined in that report, we will need to continue monitoring our capacity within the organisation to be able to respond to further compliance requirements that may come from central government post-election. Externally, we could also give consideration to what mitigations we could potentially put in place that could encourage positive compliance behaviour from our community. We're seeing increasing pushback from the community there's a level of frustration out there, and so what could we do that actually then positively reinforces that compliance requirement? So in the fraud space, we're going to need to continue working in both a preventative and a detective space. Now by that I mean continuing to horizon scan. We need to be proactively putting in place controls before some of this fraudulent activity we're seeing elsewhere in the world comes to Southland, because it is a matter of when, not if. Internally, we can also continue the work we're doing to build an ethical culture where we've got staff that know how to recognise fraudulent behaviour, and they know what to do, who to speak to, and what measures they have in place. So I've got a number of staff available to talk to this risk today. I have got Shelley and Anne who are available to speak to the fraud risk. We've also got Jeff and Mike available to speak from the Water and Waste team. For those of you who don't know Mike, he is our interim strategic manager for Water and Waste while Grant's away, and also Julie from the building space. So I'll hand back to you, Bruce, in case you have questions.
Thanks, Jane. Appreciate that. For those that are staff assembled, are there any comments you'd like to make before I open this up for the committee? Shelley or anybody, Mike, would you like to make any questions on the compliance and fraud matters? No, paper says it all. Very useful. I mean, it's an interesting mixture, isn't it, of both compliance as an issue and fraud. In some sense, we probably think of them as being a wee bit related, but equally, some of the ways it's explained, they are quite separate subjects, but they're still really good. So, folk, I wonder if at this point, if there's any initial comments that you'd be keen to make in terms of this risk at this stage. Very silent this morning. It's 9 o'clock, isn't it? It was 9 o'clock. It's now getting on. Let's just check our settings, if we could, please. So, if you go to, if you're in your agendas, and I appreciate we've also got the information in the paper, page 299, you'll see the very good summary, which Jane has already given us, which is if we don't do something about compliance and fraud, we always run the risk that as a statutory organisation we are doing two things. One, we're not doing what we're meant to do, and we are a creature of statute, number one. Number two, fraud is that we leak funds in a way that we shouldn't. In other words, we are misusing ratepayer funds. So it is actually really important. The critical thing is that we are saying through this process that actually our controls mean that we have it at a medium risk level. It's probably for me now more a saying, and I can't actually prove it, but I remember at an early risk seminar I was at around fraud, they say for every 100 employees, 2 are actually committing a fraud, and another 2 are thinking about it. And you need to think broadly about what fraud is. If you think about it as about use of stealing ratepayer funds, which is not a bad way of looking at it, it isn't just the cash and the till. There's probably no staff member, and I'm not alleging anything about Southland District, with their hand in the till. But it's honesty around things like your timesheet. And do you take leave? That is fraud if you claim you're at work, but you're actually in effect on leave. Because we have to pay out that leave at some later date when in effect you've taken it. So, you know, it's in this sort of grey, vague area of actually what is being good and truthful to the purpose of the organisation, as in contrast. It could be us with mileage claims, by the way. I should be careful about not having a crack at employees. I'm not having a crack at employees. It's that broad sense about the integrity with which all of us deal with the issue of fraud. I'm also interested in the area of compliance because actually this one also, to some extent, in my mind, Jane, flows over into our change and reform risk, which actually we have as a, correctly, as a high residual risk. It's on the way up for the reasons that we will discuss when we get to the meeting. It also relates strongly to health and safety risk, which again we're going to have actually in our main paper. So that's reasonably important. So I think with those comments, I do have a question or two. I want to come back to, are there any thoughts or comments or contributions people would like to make? Jane, tell us about AI, please.
Yes.
I know I'm looking partly at my pack for the agenda, but we are noting the fraud area is clearly contemporary for all of us. I'm just wondering if somebody from your team can give us a heads up about what we're thinking.
So no, I'm happy for anybody else to jump in at the stage. AI wasn't something that was on my radar. I've just come back from the Risk NZ conference a couple of weeks ago, and that was the subject at the top of everyone's mind. That was distinctly an area that we were seeing flagged as something to be aware of. Like penicillin, it's got its advantages, but it has disadvantages that we don't actually understand its implications. And so it's being really aware of that it's a tool for us to use, but we have to understand that there may be consequences to that. And I think that elsewhere in the world, we're already starting to see incidents of fraudulent behaviour arising from the use of AI. So we're going to have to be very careful. I can't speak in any great depth about it. It's an area that I've only just touched on and beginning to look at, but it is something that we really are going to have to keep front of mind now as being probably one of the key risks we need to be aware of is our use of AI, how much is it a tool, and what are the implications that are going to come from that.
I wonder if I could invite you to work with the IT team, because actually this is a very close tie in with cybersecurity. Right. And I wonder whether for future briefings there's a chance to consider this as to whether it constitutes something that we should see from a fraud aspect as in contrast to some of the other challenges of
I think it very much fits within this fraud risk.
Yeah. Okay. Julie.
I was listening to a report in the last 10 days, I suppose it was, and they were saying that it is anticipated that AI would be able to track what your password or your PIN number was from the sound of the teeth typing on, which is like...
That's right.
In fact, I'm just looking up his name, but Jeffrey Hinton, the guy that actually pioneered the whole technology through Google, actually quit. Yeah. And said he was actually deeply fearful of where this was going. So if that's not a warning sign to the world, then it is.
Yeah. I think it's a fair point, Rob, because I agree. I agree with that as well. I think one of the things that I'm picking up from elsewhere around the sector is a discussion about what are the opportunities with AI as well. And so I think in this sense, the briefing that I'm looking for, Jane, is clearly how does this affect our risk profile? What do we do to manage it? But actually, are there opportunities that we should be thinking of, even as, dare I say, little Southland district at the far end of New Zealand? How does can AI help us? Is there an opportunity for which there probably is a consequent series of controls to ensure it doesn't go the other way? Because obviously, if there are opportunities and advantages, we're going to grab. Sorry.
Yeah, well, another instance where someone I know had been to a seminar using AI, and they said there was someone there that had been applying for funds, so like with a local group thing that she was attending, and they said they've been using AI, you just punch in what the profile of the fund is and what you want to apply for, and it came up with these with your application. It took 5 minutes, and they hadn't missed out on any money since they've been using it. So it was all like,
AI for the chair. Hi.
Being a workshop, I thought I'd take the liberty. I wanted to acknowledge when ChatGPT came out, our IT manager actually did put out some really good education and training to staff on artificial intelligence and cautioning the use of it in a business sense. And I think that's the start of a really long journey. But I think having our risk profile definitely acknowledge that as soon as we see some of these things, we are taking some action to educate and train. But definitely we need to keep looking at it and keep working towards, because it's constantly evolving. Yeah.
So the effective policy at the moment is that we don't encourage the use of, for instance, you mentioned a ChatGPT internally at this stage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Some do, by the way. At least some local authorities do. Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, I went to a seminar that the Southland Chamber of Commerce ran it was probably about 3 weeks ago now, and the person that was presenting them, and they were obviously promoting ChatGPT, but it seemed to me that the key was actually how it's ring-fenced within your organisation, so that it's not, there's not a free slather around it, that it has some very set parameters. Then that essentially manages that risk element to a greater degree. But it had the way they were describing the use of it from a beneficial point of view, like Julie's just said, was very much on the fact that as an entity you have to set the parameters around it really, really tightly.
I think that's Sarah White. I like to look at in terms of the idea, what are there opportunities here with the use of AI? Bearing in mind, I'm probably limited by the thinking of ChatGPT and not some of the broader.
And I've got friends that run their own businesses that are using it for writing web content and drawing up employment agreements, things like that, and then looking at it and sanitising it themselves. But there are definitely some uses. It definitely saves time, from what I can gather.
The caution that came out at the conference was, and that ChatGPT has just changed its settings in a way that any information that is put into it is theirs to use now in any way, shape, form, and that is something to be very mindful of. Anything you enter in is public knowledge, it's available. And I think that is a recent change, and I don't think that that's one that necessarily people are aware of. So that's a distinct word of caution around use of it.
Yeah, I think this particular, the seminar, they were actually ChatGPT is the kind of the global, and all your information is free slather once it's in there. But from a business perspective, those two key factors that he talked about were security and trust. But it is in a domain that's not that open.
In the Beltway era, which I obviously frequent a fair bit of, one of the key risks around this clearly is privacy of information and what we put in and what a generative AI machine suddenly takes on board. We have to be very careful. So there's a bunch of stuff there, and I think it would be good. Sorry, Derek, do you have a? No. So look, I want to try and bring both bits to some conclusion given the time. So we talked about AI and fraud. So there's a wee bit of action that would be helpful for the committee, which I think you used that great word, journey, means that nothing will be definitive, but we probably understand a bit more as part of the risk profile. Jane, if I could leave that in your hands.
No.
In terms of fraud being a risk, we're saying it's unmitigated or uncontrolled. It's a high risk. It's one we don't want to have. We've got controls in place, and we are at a medium state, which is probably a state where we're saying we have to maintain our awareness, keep our controls up. You can't avoid it. You go back to my idea of 2 out of 100, and it's a wee bit, I want to be careful how I say that. So in about a month's time, we're going to recommend, and Rob is going to sign his life away, saying we have all got good controls in place and essentially it prevents fraud. So are we comfortable with the settings? This is real. You are going to externally represent to our auditor, which to all intents and purposes of the community, that we have the best controls in place to prevent fraud. Are we in a happy place?
Based on the conversation that we've just had around mitigating fraud from an IT perspective, I suppose Rob has to be very comfortable based on the fact that as recently as a month, emails were sent to us moonlighting as him, and it was only because I thought it was mildly suspicious. I wasn't too sure, so I picked up the telephone.
Yeah.
And I rang him or I texted him saying, hey, is this you? Is this from you? And, he was in the uncomfortable position of having to go through, I presume, all of us and send us a message via he wanted to ring or send us a text to let us know, hey, this is not me. I don't know if that was the case or not, Rob, but...
I flicked an email out.
You flicked an email.
Flicked an email out.
Herein lies the risk.
I know. So I mean, thanks for raising that, Tom. So I mean, this is, my probably urban myth of 2 out of 100 employees is indicating we can never be asleep at the wheel. I mean, I'm trying to look for big analogies here. Are we comfortable that the organisation is awake to the risk of fraud? And while you'll still get the risk of emails, well, we'll still have to keep control over timesheets being filled out appropriately. Are you generally happy that we've got fraud under control? You have to form a view. It's not Rob signs, and believe you me, at our meeting on the 18th of October, one of the resolutions that as a committee we will have to pass as a whole is recommending that he signs. So, I mean, I'm not trying to do that work now. We'll have another chance to discuss that, Rob, when it comes to the 18th. But I'm wanting to reflect the reality of this risk assessment. We're saying we're in a comfortable position. Yeah, Rob.
Just following on from what Tom was saying, I think there is a new risk around the AI and the impersonation factor where I'm aware of a case where they actually used artificial intelligence to, those verifications that you get where you've got to select all the pictures of the traffic lights. They managed to even crack that by ringing up a person pretending to be blind. So this is all using its own intelligence and asking them to sort of do that. So the ability to impersonate and the ability to do stuff from a technology point of view, from an impersonation and fraud to potentially change bank accounts or do something like that, it's probably an emerging risk.
I'm going to take it for the sake of the meeting that, you're a wee bit...
Suitably uncomfortable.
You're easy, yeah, well, you don't know whether to say I'm comfortable or not, or uncomfortable. You've got a month to make your mind up, Julie, okay? Rightio. So I want you to reflect on this conversation. That actually this is real because of our accountability community, that one of the things they expect us to do is we look after every dollar. The public's view about waste or money going out the door comes down to $1. Now, I don't think that's reasonable, but that's what the community thinks. So think about this over the coming month, or whatever the 18th is. I'm not trying to wish time away, it's a month and a half away, about it, because we'll have to readdress this issue of, are we comfortable with our fraud settings? Darren, your hands up.
Yeah, just I guess the flip side is the more controls, the more inefficient. And so where does that balance lie between, if you lose $10 through fraud,
Yep.
Is it better than losing $100 through inefficiency? Now there's it's a really horrible balance, but that's really where it's at, isn't it?
I'd come from the perspective, if I've got controls that should stop the $10 going out the door in the first place, we better be really worried that $10 has gone out the door. If it's a question of do we worry about that $10 because we could or could not put a control in place, that might be a different debate. And I'm looking your way, because we are starting to focus, we are looking pretty hard at the issue of actual financial fraud. timesheets, well, it all comes down to dollars, doesn't it? I'm just wanting to reflect, you've heard the conversation, so it would be useful. So Jane, I've got you on AI, and to just think about actually how we characterise that conversation for us on the 18th. We need to think embracively about it, not just about the controls, because we'll have a report from our external auditor. We have, I think Deloitte's have done a fraud analysis, gap analysis, am I from the right?
Yeah, they did a few years ago.
They've done it a few years ago, but I mean, we just need to think about, we do actually, because we can't all name it, I think it would be useful from that characterisation if we just reflect what are the broad areas of control that we have, just so that as councillors you can be comfortable that actually this assessment is at the right level.
So I think the biggest thing that we do, of course, is encourage separation of duties. And we're fortunate enough that in our team and in the organisation that we can have a reasonably good element of that, because we have a reasonably sized finance team, particularly in that area, as well as the organisation, to enable, that a person isn't receipting it and writing out the cheques and doing all the bits in between, that there's separation of those duties between that. That's probably by far the biggest controls that you actually put in your accounting systems. Some of the other controls that you're talking about there in regards to like the timesheets, once again, they've got controls on their side of the thing that there's somebody checking, somebody's inputting, somebody's approving, somebody's then checking those totals, and then there's approvers, who are authorising payroll are checking that side. Now, it's not going to catch every instance, because somebody could be doing something and saying, well, we were working from home, but they weren't. We're never going to catch it all, but there is controls in place in all of those aspects as well. In regards to the AI or your computer stuff, that's an ongoing. That cybersecurity is massive.
Scary, isn't it?
It's horribly scary. And, I'm heartened by the work that Jock did and the team are continuing to do in that space of trying to protect us as much as we can. And I think you'll see Julian has got a report in there, and he's talking about face recognition software potentially coming in for some of our stuff now as well. So they're constantly trying to keep up, but as we know, there's clever people out there. I got a text the other day from Westpac telling me that, there's another device had been loaded, and if I was okay with that, just to let them know. So there's people attacking all over the show. So from a system point of view, I am comfortable that we are doing the most we can. Will I get everything? I can't assure you of that, but I can say that the other thing, of course, we do is that Cameron and I sign our dotted lives away a little bit with a representation letter to the mayor and
that's right.
stuff to say that actually we've done our best.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of taking a little bit of the hit for you.
We're all holding hands together, isn't it?
And I don't know.
Oh, that was probably my question. Is at the end of the day, you can have all the systems in place, but who's actually within the organisation is responsible to make sure that that's all happening? Is it the leadership team, or is it, does it stop with Cameron, I suppose?
We're all responsible, to be honest with you. We're all responsible because there's always going to be aspects. I mean, I rely on my accountants to look at stuff. Because I'm not over everything, I don't see everything, so as part of their roles I expect them to be checking stuff and reviewing stuff just as much as everything. But
Sorry, and part of the training is actually all of us are accountable, all staff are accountable. So if you see something or have a question, that our policy actually gives you channels in which you can raise a concern.
That's a really good point, actually. I think that Deloitte fraud awareness training that's going to be pushed out through the organisation. It's all going to
all
help.
very well getting the nice reports, but unless it's really happening behind the scenes, and we've got no idea. So,
Well, and I think, Derek, that's why I'm saying that for the meeting on the 18th, I'll put some weight on it to understand what are the broad range of control mechanisms we have in place. Because actually, one of our roles, Derek, here is not only to talk about the risk, but actually how do we get assurance. And I think I think we need to recognise this is our governance responsibility, is actually we need to make sure, it's a bit like health and safety, we've got to make due inquiry that what we're being told is in place. And I mean, we do that through internal audit, we do that by hearing from external audit. You know, we've even got I know it's some PX, but we're in a workshop, and we've even got this report on the Waimea Rating Alliance. You know, that when you read that has aspects of actually we being charged the right amount. We're not being ripped off. I can put it in the vernacular, even though it's about is the contract being worked right. So we have to, as governors, think broadly about actually what is the assurance we are getting around the controls that are actually in place.
Firstly, though, Bruce, you know, from a governance perspective, we have to think broadly in terms of, and you touched on this earlier as well, about the appetite for risk within the AI space and within.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
we have to think about that.
Yeah.
Just as much at a higher level from a governance perspective, and I certainly hope that the government, you know,
look, I mean,
understand
well,
that.
I mean, I'm taking it way to the point of absurdity, but actually, if we were really worried about fraud, we'd close down. You'd have no fraud, but then you'd have no service.
Well, based on the stat that you said before, it would stand to reason that.
Don't call it a stat. It's probably an urban myth, mate. But
well, okay. Well, that's based on a loose urban myth. There's probably about 10 people within this organisation who are committing fraud.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
You know.
Well, I want to be careful about
based on urban myths or based on a loose calculation, there's going to be a certain level of skullduggery. There's going to be a certain level of
putting their interests first over those of the organisation.
There's also going to be a level of, you know, someone's very tired on that day and they're under-resourced and they make a genuine mistake. There's
a reason. It's a range.
It's a range.
I'm obviously out of time, but I just want to check off, seeing we're dealing with one, I mean, to be honest, we're going to need to be able to deal with the one risk, the compliance risk. And I'm conscious that we're going to, on the 18th of October, again through the work of Rob's pen, sign our life away that we have complied with all legislation. How do I know that?
We've got both internal and external audits helping to control and measure our compliance, our ability to comply with the requirements made of us. I think that the teams behind us can speak to their areas, but certainly there's a level of comfort that our compliance requirements are being met. We have controls in place. I think, as the report flags, there's always the difficulty sometimes when staff capacity gets stretched to a point where there is a danger of some inconsistencies in how we meet those compliance requirements, and that's something we flagged in the report, and so it's just being mindful of making sure that we're monitoring that. But I think that each of you'll see the reports that come through council that the teams are comfortable with those compliance requirements. We have the measures in place to ensure that we are meeting our requirements.
Groovy. That'll be another thing to characterise and have assurance on when it comes to the 18th of October. So that's really good. So look, folk, I'm conscious that you need to have a meeting between now and the start of the risk committee. So Jane, we will have to hold over the climate change directly. We'll have a crack at it. I'd certainly want to have a discussion on it when we get into the committee. But we might have to do something more around the deep dive. But if I could leave it with you, committee members, that we are acknowledging the settings that you're suggesting here in your paper, and actually I keep going back to the agenda as well, Jane, in terms of where it's at. I thank you for your paper, because I think hopefully it's stimulated a reasonable conversation amongst us all about actually where are we, and that we need to perhaps know a bit more. AI we'll talk about a wee bit around controls, both at the forward level and also at the compliance level. Is going to be incredibly relevant to us when we have our next meeting on I think it's the 18th of October, which is great. So thank you for that.
Will you be wanting to have yourself and councillor only time with the auditors that day?
On the 18th?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
So should we make that an hour beforehand?
No. We can talk about that later on. That's not a big drama, but yes, we definitely without the staff present.
I'm forward thinking to get it in everybody.
No, you are done. No, we'll do that as part of the meeting. Jane, thank you for that. Appreciate the workshop. I'm going to declare the workshop closed and let you guys get on with the video, and we'll catch up with you. Okay. We'll have a seat for you. On May,
Cheat sheet today. We've got this late on. To resolve.
Delegation.
Would do with him. Yeah, I was going to say.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to our council meeting today on the 6th of September. I'll kick off with the karakia. Mate Kōrero, Mate Nāko, Mate Wādua, Mate Manaki Mai, Mate Manaki Atu, Ka Puawai, Te Maramatanga, Tihei, Māori Ōranga. Through listening, through talking, from the heart, from the spirit, through giving and receiving respect, understanding will bloom. This is the essence of life. Okay, so the health and safety, everyone knows where the toilets are, just out the door. Should there be a need to evacuate the building, please exit via the exits and don't use the elevator. An earthquake, drop cover and hold, and if we could please make sure our phones are on silent. And just a reminder that these proceedings are being recorded for the live video, both live streaming and downloading, and by remaining in this meeting you're consenting to be filmed for viewing by the public. Right, I've got an apology from Councillor Ruddingclaw. Do we have any further apologies? Councillor Menzies, I think there's
Yep.
There being no further apologies, I'll ask for someone to move that those apologies be accepted. Thank you, Councillor Boak-Roy. Thank you, Councillor Chamberlain. Sorry, O'Brien. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Carried. Right, do we have any leave of absence coming up additionally? There being none, is there any conflict of interest for our single item on the agenda? I don't think there will be. Okay, so we do have an extraordinary item. This is a late item for the meeting to consider today. It's for the proposed changes to the delegations manual, and the reason that this item wasn't on the agenda is that when seeking legal advice to review the proposed amendments to the delegations manual, it was identified that further review of particular statutory delegations should be completed prior to presenting the revised manual to council. This further review could not be completed in time to meet the standard agenda timeframe. So the reason that this discussion on this item cannot be delayed until a subsequent meeting is that amending the manual is an administrative requirement and council has to ensure it exercises its powers and functions legally. A delay in adopting these amendments to the manual will hinder council being able to function effectively and efficiently. So can I please have a mover and a seconder for the motion that under section 46A, paragraph 7 of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, the council agrees to consider the late item proposed changes to the delegations manual today. Councillor Boak-Roy, seconder Councillor Spraggan. Is everyone in favour for that? Please say aye. Aye. Is there anyone against? There being none, I declare that motion carried. Right, so the next item is the confirmation of the council minutes for our meeting held here on the 16th of August. Which is on page 6 of your agenda. Is someone in a position to declare that they're true and correct? Councillor Keys and Councillor Spraggan. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That's carried. I don't believe we've got any public participation today. So we'll move on to the only item on the agenda, which is the proposed changes to the delegations manual. So that's page 3 of the agenda with the recommendations on page 4. I've got Mikkel and Robin to present this.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. The purpose of this report is to present an updated version of the Delegations Manual to Council for adoption. The manual was last brought to Council for adoption on the 2nd of November last year. The manual outlines the terms of reference and delegations to Council's governance structure. It also outlines financial delegations, statutory delegations from Council to the Chief Executive, statutory delegations from Council to staff, plus non-statutory delegations from the Chief Executive to staff. The report outlines the updates and amendments that have been made to the manual since the 2nd of November last year when it was adopted. Firstly, delegations that the Chief Executive has made since the manual was adopted in November have been incorporated into the manual, and these are outlined in attachment C. Secondly, the manual has been amended to ensure that it reflects the current staffing structure, including the recent realignment. You will have noticed that there is red text in the document, and that indicates a new role. The blue text indicates a current role that will be disestablished once the realignment is complete. The manual will then come back to Council once all of those new roles have been filled, and at that time it will be proposed that all disestablished roles, as in currently marked in blue, be removed from the manual. Other changes to the manual beyond role changes are detailed in the report, and these include an amendment to allow staff to delegate powers and functions for processing, granting, refusing, and issuing of building consents under the Building Act. Other changes relating to the Food Act and regulations, the Litter Act, the Local Government Act 1974, the Local Government Act 2002, and the Reserves Act. There are also amendments to the non-statutory delegations from the Chief Executive to staff, and amendments to the wording of sections 1.2, 2.3 and 3.2. You will also have seen in the report that staff have had a full legal review undertaken of the Resource Management Act delegations to ensure that all functions and powers are properly provided for and allocated to the correct staff. The Resource Management Act changes are currently in draft form from the solicitors, and the call was made yesterday that further revision by staff was needed before presenting these to Council. Noting that Resource Management Act delegations cannot be sub-delegated and always need to be brought to Council for adoption. It is anticipated that these Resource Management Act delegations will come to Council at the next Council meeting. The recommendations are on page 4 of the agenda. Julie is here if anybody has any questions on the Building Act consent grant process. Otherwise, myself and Robin are happy to answer any questions on the remainder of the...
Thanks, Mikkel. Just before I go into the questions, we've got a new face at the table, so just like to welcome Michael Aitken, the Interim GM for Democracy and Community. So,
hello. Sorry I was late coming in earlier, but Wi-Fi problems.
I guess, I mean, this is an incredibly important document for us to function, and if it's not right, it can bite us. So it's pleasing to know that you've put a lot of work into this and had that legal check over as well. And I can imagine it's been quite a lengthy and a lot of time and effort has gone into it, so thank you. Do we have any questions from any councillors?
This is probably a silly question. The 1.1C there, it's talking about the council's delegation and the last piece, including the executive leadership team. So does that mean individuals in the executive leadership team or a certain number of the executive leadership team, or how is that defined?
Council's delegations of management activities, functions and powers to the Chief Executive, council officers, including the executive team.
So what if 3 of them are away sick? What does the team consist of?
I think that the executive leadership team in that instance is just referring to an example of staff. Like, I mean, it's just saying that also delegations are being managers. Yeah, it's just including, it's just saying that there are delegations, management from council to staff.
Through you, Your Worship, that actually is just an amendment because the leadership team was previously leadership team, so that is not in addition to the...
To the word executives added.
Yeah, so we've actually added the word executive to that statement there. Leadership team would already have been there.
So just because it's a very good question, I think, just to clarify it from my understanding, so does that mean any one member of the team, or does it have to be a consensus of the entire team, just for clarification?
That's what I was meaning.
Through the manual, where it's got group managers written, it's meaning any one of those, isn't it, Mikhail?
Yep. If it refers to group managers as a group,
it's talking about any one of those group managers having that authority.
Any further questions, Darren?
Probably not a major, but on page 44 of the delegations manual, we're giving delegated authority for staff to sign checks. That last paragraph just above the box. Yeah, we don't have checks anymore. I just thought, might be something we can remove. As that's not a major, but
yeah.
Saw it. So
since we are coming back, that's a tweak we can probably do when we represent probably on the 20th of September. But thank you.
Well, it's good to have another set of eyes over something you've
For a
been
long
on
time.
for a long time.
Prove that the councillors all read the agendas really well. Any further questions?
Through you, Worship, I mean, what would be helpful at some point is that we actually now get some sort of organisational chart, so we can actually see who's doing what, because I certainly haven't seen that yet, and it would be really, really helpful, I think, just to have that page visual once the structure. I think now that we've got the structure, even though we've got interim positions, it would be really helpful, I think, to...
Yeah, I had a discussion with the team this morning. We're going to get an update later on today on that. So, thank you, Councillor. There's no further questions. I will take us over to the motion recommendation. Standard C, which is approves and adopts the amended delegations manual with the following changes. Alterations up behind us. Cool. Is everyone comfortable with those? I through 1 through to 5, and I think we can make that check amendment in the next one. I don't think that's going to be a major for now. Is someone in a position to move that recommendation? Yes, thank you, Councillor Fraser.
I've got a follow-up question. Yeah. Just regarding the Land Drainage Act, I know it's in the delegations, but we're also going to readdress that report from March regarding that act, and I understood there was discussions that was going to come back to the council.
James.
So what we did there, you'll recall, councillors, we went back to DIA, who had given us about 5 days to respond. We went back and with a lot of questions, put the ball back in their court. We haven't heard a word since.
So it's still tabled at this point?
So yeah, it's still in place, and until such time as there's a suggestion that it goes through Parliament to change it, I don't think we need to do anything.
I guess just a follow-up from that, I would make the assumption that this delegations manual is a very live document that at any stage, if that was to come through, that even a minor change to it would be made at the time to keep it relevant.
We are aware of updates that are in progress at the moment that we'll have to make over time, so yes, it is altered reasonably frequently.
So I've got a mover. Is there someone in a position to second? Councillor Graney. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. Thank you very much. I believe concludes our council meeting. closing karakia for the end of the day, I think.
Yep.
I'm deeply grateful for it. The agenda is full and it's in front of us. The only thing that I know of is that at 1:30, when I won't say we could be on our last item of PX, it may not be. We will have some external guests in for the paper related to forestry, and we've given them the time, I think, at 1:30. So we'll crack on and see where we get to as far as that's concerned. So welcome. You folk know the emergency procedures better than I do, but I assume if anybody's uncertain, please let us know, and Fiona can tell you all the ins and outs.
Just follow me.
Apologies, there are one or two. I must confess, we've got a good reason. Fair apologies from a reasonable swag of staff through illness and bits and pieces. So I just want to recognise that because, as I say, a lot of the papers are good, and they aren't here to hear me say that. But just to recognise that there's a good number through. Apologies, Fraser, you've got to go. Sorry.
That's fine. Call me whatever.
Yeah, whatever. I'm asking you to smile now. I called you now. Just
much worse.
Sorry about that, Darren. Well, you wrote down Fraser. You wrote that Darren. Darren, you've got to go at some stage, mate.
2:30.
2:30. Brilliant. Okay. Well, can't promise it, but we might be out of the traps by then.
4 o'clock. Sorry, Bruce. 4 o'clock for me.
4 o'clock. Oh.
I'm the same, sorry.
Gee, that's can I tempt fate and say we'll be out of here by 4? But Derek, I'd probably owe you money if we aren't. And we have lateness from Christine, or she might even be in and out. I think that she's going to appear on the screen. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect.
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay. Any other matters we should know? That's fine then, please. I'll move from the chair that we sustain those. Apologies. Have a second, please. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, it's carried. Haven't been informed of any leave of absence.
We would have covered it off at council just a little while ago.
Is there any matters related to your interests that come up in any of our papers today that you need to discuss? None carried on and been told about urgent business. I assume there's none. We have the minutes of our last meeting, which is the 7th of June. Probably big there was we recommend council adoption of our risk profile, which I presume happened, Fiona, and we had a fair crack at what was then the draft annual plan. Is there any? Oh, sorry, I'll move from the chair that we accept these as a true and correct record. Is there a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Julie. Are there any matters of accuracy or correction you need to raise over these minutes? Being none, I'll put all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Carried. Any requests for anybody to speak publicly? We had a couple last time. Perhaps we can generate some interest in the committee, I don't know. Can we move on to the first item, 7.1, page 29 of your agenda, which is indeed our work program. Please welcome. In your hands.
Good morning, Mr Chairman and councillors. I'm presenting the work plan to 30th of June 2024. I take it this report has been read. I'll just go through the highlights of the changes to the work plan. The following reports have been added to the September meeting. The committee were advised at the 7th of June 2023 meeting that the Environmental Services Business Improvement Plan report will be presented to the committee quarterly over the term of the project, estimated to be 2 years. The Forestry Harvest report has been added to gain a recommendation for the council for the Forestry Management Plan for 23-24, mainly around the risk of harvesting, and seek approval for some of the unbudgeted expenditure. An independent review of the Waimea Road Alliance contract has been completed for 22-23. A report of the 5 years has been included, and the budgeted carry forward report informs the committee of the projects and operational expenditure approved for delivery in 23-24 year that were not completed during the year, and seeks the committee's recommendation for approval from council to carry forward these into the 23-24 year. The following reports have been moved to the October meeting: the 24-25 long-term plan accounting policies, the 24-25 long-term plan Deloitte engagement letter has been moved as council staff are still discussing with Deloitte the timing of the audit. As discussed at the 7th June meeting, the reports relating to the internal audit have been added to the work plan in later periods. The following reports have been removed from the September meeting. The monthly financial report has been removed as the July report was not produced each year due to the limited information it provides, as well as council staff concentrating on the annual report, and the 22-23 annual report accounting policies has been removed as the draft accounting policies were presented to the committee at the 7th of June meeting. And an additional committee meeting has been added to the 15th of November, and the timeline will reflect this in the next report. Thank you.
Teresa, thank you for that. It's a good reminder about that additional meeting, which I think all of you probably have advised councillors of. Comments, questions on that program at this stage? Yes, Tom.
Will we have a better idea this afternoon around what the unapproved budgeted expenditure will be for the forestry?
For the forestry?
Yeah.
I think that's explained pretty well in the paper, isn't it, Tom?
Well, is there going to be...
I want to be careful, by the way, we need to discuss that in PX, but perhaps I'm just trying to understand the nature of your question.
Oh, just based on the fact that we're going to have a meeting with them this afternoon, that's all.
You want to need some time before we meet with them? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what is your problem.
Oh, I don't have a problem as such.
So what are you asking for?
Disregard the question. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Any other points? Teresa, thank you for all the changes. I'm certainly comfortable. By the way, when we see, thinking of the 18th of October, you say the Deloitte engagement letter, I presume that includes fees?
Yes, Mr. Chair, hopefully, yes.
Okay, hopefully.
So we've
Is that hopefully acceptable fees? Michael be in good form, I'm sure. Okay, so that, just to recognise engagement's one thing, but that would presumably also be the fees and the plan going forward. The other thing that attracted my eye was the moving of the monthly financial report. I think you explained that well, that obviously July isn't overly relevant generally, and you haven't done it anyway for good reason, and the annual report focuses, and I reflected on the 18th of October, our main focus is on the June results for the full year, and that gives us a good result, so I'm comfortable that the next financial report will occur on the 6th of December. I just raised that to make certain you as members are happy with that. I'm comfortable, but if anybody else wanted to raise a point, they could at this stage. Otherwise, we're tickety-boo and good to go. Any final comments? There being none. Do I have a mover and a seconder that we adopt the program suggestion? Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Paul. Any discussion on the motion? Being none, I'll put all those in favour. Please say aye. Those against, it's carried. Brilliant. Here's a short item, the draft. Smiling, it's a joke. Thank you. Draft annual report, please. This is not a joke. I know it's not. I should be careful with my language. Sorry, Louise.
Optimistic chairman.
Pardon?
It's good to have an optimistic chairman.
Teresa, we're in your hands again. Thank you.
So I'm presenting the draft unaudited annual report for 22-23, and I take this report as being read. The purpose of this report is for the committee to provide feedback and endorse the release of the draft unaudited annual report for the year ended 30th of June 2023 for audit. Council is required to develop and adopt an annual report within 4 months of the end of the financial year. The annual report compares and comments on the performance of Council against the budget and operating targets set in the 22-23 annual plan. Development of Council's annual 2023 financial year is nearing completion, and a draft is included in attachment A. Please note that at this stage the document is still a working draft with reviewing of the annual report ongoing. There was very tight turnaround for the annual report this year, with the report being presented 2 weeks earlier than normal. So therefore it is still a work in progress, and the items still to be completed are outlined in paragraph 14 of the report. Any significant changes which occur subsequent to this report will be discussed with the committee at the committee's next meeting. Following the audit, at its 18th of October meeting, the committee will then be asked to recommend that the final annual report be adopted by Council by the 25th of October. Deloitte is scheduled to undertake their audit field work from the 11th of September to the 6th of October. Overall, the draft annual report shows an operating deficit of 8.9 million compared to the budgeted 5.2 million for the year ended 30th of June 2023 before revaluations. Detailed information is provided in the financial section. To give you a quick snapshot of the organisation's performance results, we achieved 78% of our service performance targets. In terms of the 200 projects planned, 40% were completed by year end, 48 are still in progress. This is reflected in the report when you see an actual capital expenditure which was lower than what was programmed. In terms of financial results and the statement of comprehensive revenue and expenses, as mentioned, there was an 8.9 deficit, which is mainly due to three factors. First of these is the value of assets being invested in council of 14.5 million. While this reduces the deficit, this is offset by two other factors. Infrastructure revaluations were higher, which increased council's depreciation expenditure by 8 million, predominantly in roading and three waters. Incorporating the accounting provision for landfill contingencies of 8.2 million, which had no cash funding. There was a question from a councillor regarding the vested assets, where they come from, and there were a number of subdivision developments where the developer put in assets such as water pipes and footpaths, and these were vested to the council, in particular Te Anau, Riverton, Riversdale and Winton. There was a gain on assets fair value of 127.1 million, higher than budget due to roading and through water revaluations. In the statement of financial position, the total equity is 440 million higher for predominantly two reasons. The first of these is the increase in assets values due to the recent infrastructure revaluations, as well as the fact that budgeted opening asset values were estimated and did not include the actual opening values of the higher 21-22 revaluations. And the other significant factor was the lower capital expenditure, which meant we did not have the anticipated asset additions and associated borrowings. A portion of the difference is also related to the transition of the external borrowings to LGFA. Cash flows from operating activities were 1.9 million over budget, mainly due to additional government grants for tourism infrastructure fund projects and forestry income. Cash flow from investing activities were 16.5 million under budget due to lower capital expenditure, and cash flows from financial activities are 15.4 million under budget, as planned external borrowings did not being required, resulting from a result of lower capital expenditure. Benchmarks. Of the 7 benchmarks measured in the annual report, council is currently meeting 4 of them. There are 2 benchmarks that we expected not to meet, and they are rates affordability increases. Council forecast in the LTP that it would not meet the rates increase affordability benchmarks, principally due to the increase in interest rates, and balanced budget benchmarks is also forecast for the LTP to not be met as a result of the phasing of the depreciation funding. Council anticipated to meet the essential services benchmark, however, due to the revaluations, there is an increase in depreciation and less capital expenditure. This is not being met. And then reserves have a closing balance of 42.7 million, which is 5.9 million higher than budget. The main contributing factor was not completed the expected level of work. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, this is a great report. It actually is clear and succinct, and I appreciate that comes out the front part of the annual report, and I think that's really important. I would just like to go to the recommendations first tonight, just to guide us in our discussion in terms of where we need to go this morning. And despite me being jovial about a short item, this is actually one that we should take the time that we need to take. So I'm very grateful to start. This is firstly should be a strong indicator of confidence in our finance function. we are getting a draft annual report on time. And it's the first one of my committee commitments that I've seen this year. So well done to you folk. It's tremendous that you're keeping to time. It's why, for instance, the auditor said they're prepared to give us a lower fee compared to some of our compatriots. So that's tremendous. So our role is three things. One is to endorse the draft annual report. So in effect, bearing in mind our external accountability, we haven't yet released it to the auditors. We need to, because I think they're here on Monday, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're here on Monday. So in fact, what we want to be able to do is to give them an annual report. It's a pretty reasonable cut. You've got a paragraph in there about a few things that still need to be done, but essentially, this is our draft annual report that we want you to audit. And we are going to say, and it's coming with the endorsement of the audit committee. So that's number one. So what I'm trying to do there is actually slightly move away from your good report and go to the appendix, which is the draft report itself. So we need to go through the draft report, and if you've got comments, it's not the last time you'll have a chance, but if there's anything that you want to raise at this stage, today's a good day to do it. Okay, so that's the first thing. If we get to that, once we've done that, gives us a chance to endorse the unaudited annual report at this meeting. And I've actually done E first, which is that we release it to audit. So we've got to do our bit for council, which is that the draft looks pretty darn good. We've got to release it to our auditor, and if, which I have asked, have a small amendment to it, is simply to enable us to handle potential changes that come through between now and when we meet on the 18th. And normally, or generally, that's going to be in Cameron as our Chief Executive's hands. The amendment I've added is if there was any matter other than minor that actually I need to be consulted on our behalf as Chair of the Finance Committee. What could that be? If all of a sudden we find we're in disagreement with our auditors over an accounting treatment. We've got a new provision in here for landfills in case there's problems with evidence around that and they don't think we've done a good job. That's the sort of issue that actually I would be saying was more than minor, and I think it would be useful to have me as your chair involved. Otherwise, if it's editorial stuff, Cameron can deal with that and we can all see it together on the 18th of October. So, first question, does this look like the year? I'm conscious that actually, we're talking about you guys coming in as the new council in October. But does this look like the year we've experienced and governed as a council? Does it send the right messages? That's the first one. Then we will release it to the auditors. And finally, as I said, we've got the procedural bit about actually just getting ourselves efficiently to the 18th of October. Then on top of that, we have this very good report from Teresa, which is simple and explains why we are where we are. And I would be comfortable that we have a discussion on that as well. Because actually it's her and a very good analysis of the results at a good level, the level which is reflected in the summary of the annual report, and actually the level which probably, if we were discussing this externally with our ratepayers, would be the level we would talk at. So it's useful to have that as a discussion as well. So if you think about those four things as you raise points and comments and where we're at, that would be really, really helpful. So what I'd like to do is actually deal with the draft annual report first, which is, we'll come back to Teresa's comments about the results, about why they are where they are. What I'd like to do is, that slightly painful point, open up your pack at page, get this right, at page 47 onwards. And I think I'd like us to look at the actual annual report. It doesn't look like what you'd expect. And in fact, I want to focus primarily on about the front 50 pages, because that's the summary, and that's primarily what is also going to be the summary document and what the people hopefully primarily focus on, or perhaps external parties and stakeholders that might look at our annual report, albeit I'm open to discussion about the detail of both the activity reporting and also the financial statements. So if I was to front up, I'm going to start by Rob. You didn't know, I'm setting you up with a question. Sorry about this. And on behalf of Cameron and yourself, are you happy with the front message at the start? Does that reflect the year?
I was going to make the first comment and say no, we're not. So I had a chat with Cameron yesterday, and we're going to rewrite that because I think that's more targeted towards an annual plan rather than annual report. Right. And that's going to be.
Are you able to give us any sort of sneak preview as to what you might be, what sort of theme you and Cameron might be thinking of in terms of this?
I think just reflecting, and I did try and have a crack at it last night to try and give you a bit more of a draft than what I'm giving you right now, but reflecting more on the content of this report, some of the main factors as to what we've been dealing with as the organisation and some of the things around even those KPIs and addressing some of those things and what we're putting in place going forwards to address some of that stuff. So just a lot more relevant to the actual report itself, which the one that we've got there now isn't. So yeah, I think that it'll be a complete rewrite. And I'll flick that around everyone as well.
Good. That's useful to know. I was sort of perhaps somewhat neutral because actually I'm really asking rhetorically you folk the questions. Is this the sort of front end? Folk, any comments on this? This is your chance to guide your mayor. Yes, Matt.
Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, good to hear, Rob, because one of the comments I'd written down was just a bit concerning at the kind of executive summary level to reflect on some of those KPIs like the rates affordability that, I feel the executive summary should really be quite frank and upfront about that situation and then leads through on that report and reflection and will hopefully flow through the LTP discussion.
Thanks, Matt. Any other comments? I'll just leave this, Rob. It feels like I'm putting it all on you. I think it's really it's important, and probably following on your point, Matt. It shouldn't be the domination of a report because it's actually a report on past performance, not planned future performance. It's not, if you say, Rob, it's not your annual plan or LTP, but it is good reporting. I believe also gives the reader a hint at some of the challenges that are in front of us. And I just, if you want to think about it, I noticed at the bottom of page 77, we have future challenges. I presume that's part of, actually another question, is that part of regional planning? I don't know. I think probably there is a level to which it should be. But I wonder if there is a chance to preface some of those challenges that we as a council are having to grow up on, deal with, that will impact. And I think we, ultimately need to, as a community through your LTP, have a discussion. Here's where we are, the annual report, our balance sheet, what does it look like, and you're going to deal with these. And Matt, it probably goes back even to some of your points because I sense a slightly financial aspect to your comments rather than just a general position of council. So I would reflect that. Okay, that's good. So you'll circulate clearly something to the crowd that we'll have a bigger chance to comment on. Okay, following that on page 53, the next few pages are key highlights. It's always a good page, and actually, let's face it. Even though Matt and I might have reflected on financial position or challenges going forward, it is good to reflect particularly on what we as a council have achieved. Any broad comments? Does that look right to you? For the areas that you come from within the district, does that look like what's been achieved? I see a few nods.
Sorry, just
Paul.
One wee picky thing, and it might be about my comprehension of things. The comment under the Te Anau wastewater project was completed under its allocated 27 million budget, including 2 grants from the government's TIF fund. Does that mean it cost us as ratepayers 27, or do the grants bring it down from that? I'm just wondering if we should make it clear what the actual cost was.
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, it might be good news if they're,
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to remember what I should know, but I've forgotten. Okay, if we could just take, I'm going to have to try and work out the word, but
Yeah, just
there will be a net, presumably a net contribution by the ratepayer, as in contrast to what is the total cost of the scheme. You sort of note both, but to recognise there's a net impact on the ratepayer, not necessarily a gross. Thanks for that, Paul. Not being nitpicky, that's good, Matt.
Just one of the, I guess, the narrative of the local government elections. There's a bit of a focus on voter turnout and, I guess, putting a positive spin on the Rakiura turnout for the by-election, but it doesn't mention that within the district there were 3 by-election seats, which suggests not a very good engagement in that initial process. So maybe some honesty in that segment, that there's still work to be done in that engagement.
Great. So perhaps just to reflect yeah, okay, I won't repeat your words, but I'll take your point. I must confess, in this, I'm no English expert, so probably can shoot me down. But I thought under local government elections, the phrase "and a positive improvement in voter apathy" was slightly ambiguous. I think it's going. Hopefully, it's going. We mean it's going down. I think I'd rather, if it's fair to say, and Matt, I take your word on advice. Increased voter participation is a much more positive phrase than an improvement in voter apathy. So I'll pass it on for what it's worth. Okay, anything else, guys? Okay, I'm going to take it at a high level, but actually it does look like the sort of thing. Can you see what I'm trying to do here? Are we comfortable that this is putting us in an appropriate and correct light, but actually one which is accountable for parents?
Obviously a question, but I know at previous meetings that the depreciation was agreed to be accounted for in the financials, but I just wonder whether it gives a clearer picture if you just had your total income and expenditure and just take out all the depreciation, maybe put it somewhere else.
Can you tell me which page you're referring to, Derek?
It's not. I mean, the council's had a real increase in value in pipes and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make the rates any cheaper or anything like that. But
no, it'll make them more expensive.
Yeah.
So probably should have we've done it right. Yeah.
I just wonder whether that should be taken out of the income and expenses. Showing a high income because they've been valued.
Okay.
When the Joe Bob all they want to see is how much income the council got and how much they spent, and what's left over or what's overspent.
Yeah. Just hold that, because I think you're really dealing with the financial overview, and I'm happy to deal with the question entirely. But let's just check there's anything else people want to raise on the highlights or before we get down to the financial overview. Sorry, Jesprit?
I too think what Derek is saying, there should be somewhere in the beginning, a note, maybe the financial, we can go on to that later, but certainly it should be highlighted somewhere at the beginning that, because I was speaking to Anne about this, 440 million of revaluation on a $2 billion asset base is substantial. If it is put somewhere here as well, it certainly, I think, will catch eyeballs and people will be able to, when viewing the financial statements, they have that in mind.
So I think we probably, sounds like we can get to the financial overview, and I'll just check. There's nothing else here. The Māori contribution to decision making, that's an important piece, part of our thing. So I was comfortable and read, unless folk want to raise it. On page 65, there's clearly some numbers that will go on there, Teresa, that you'll make, which is fine. So we are now at the financial overview. Sorry, Sarah.
I was just looking at the Taramea Bay comment, and given that we've had some discussions around climate change and that, in particular that development, I just wonder if there should be some sort of acknowledgement of climate change risk, just things that we're looking at doing.
Thanks there. Sarah, I'm not obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm not qualified to speak on that. But can I, Teresa, and does that make sense? Sorry, Sarah makes sense clearly, but is there something to consider in terms of the actual disclosures, if that's given that's right?
Yeah, it's that disclosure piece and that.
Yeah, so you're talking about the bottom of page 55, Sarah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
they do on advice. Okay, so sorry.
Thank you, Bruce. I'm just wondering, the Te Anau Airport Manapori review, I'm wondering if perhaps we could get a bit more accuracy around the nature of that review. It's being done with a mind to looking at ways to retain that airport, as I understand it at the moment, rather than looking at options for that airport across the board.
Through you, Bruce, the recommendation, whilst that was what I tabled at a workshop last week, the report will look at all the options.
I think it's important to note that it's a point in time at the 30th of June when this report is reflecting on, and yes, the stuff that's happened subsequent to that, and the review was decided on in that last financial year to look at all options, including potential closure. So I think, yeah, reflecting the accuracy of that point in time of the report is probably important.
Okay. No, that's good. This is good. Great question, Don, because it actually, sorry, I think Darren might have had a point first before.
Page 64 under capital expenditure projects, just a really question around how we present multi-year projects.
Can I just check which the 2-page references? I'm using the agenda page. It's not the annual report page.
Yeah, it's the agenda page 64, report page 19.
Oh, brilliant. Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, that capital expenditure. It's kind of got the projects completed, projects in progress. Obviously, we know some of our projects are multi-year. I'm just going, how do we kind of present that? Because at the moment, and there probably is a number that haven't been completed, but it doesn't kind of talk to that issue that we have multi-year.
Yeah.
And to me, that was just somehow we need to reflect that.
Yeah, a really good point. Again, let's take that one on advice. I would support the idea that if there's qualitative information here that can be put in a summarised form, that actually some of these are multi-year in nature, it is relevant to note that. So, Teresa, if I leave you to think about that, I know this is a summary position, but actually if that can be adequately put in, let's see how that goes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, they are treated still as one, even if they are multi-year. So if, say, it's just the design function we're doing this year, we will treat it as our project. Next year, it might be the building of it, and it would be treated as another project for that function. So, but we'll definitely add
some sort of comment or something.
It was just for your clarification. Yeah.
Thanks, Darren. Thanks, Anne. Julie.
Just a comment really around the reporting here, that we need to make sure that what we're commenting on has not happened since the 30th of June.
Yeah.
But also, that was a fun day, but it seemed to keep coming back to me several times in the report that the Mayor had opened the Jeremy Bay slide. I think it's mentioned about 3 or 4 times, and not wanting to say what take away and not highlight, but it was not something like
Once is enough, is that right? Okay, right, yeah. We can just check on that. That's fine. That's great. So thank you for those comments. Anything else before I move? Yes, Paul.
It mightn't be appropriate for this document, but I just wonder at some point, is there benchmarking of percentage of completed projects around the councils in New Zealand that we could publicise to give people a perspective of how we fit, and whether it's that it's more of a sector issue than just us.
Can you just hold that till we get on to discussing the actual, analysis of the results? Because actually, Jane, I noticed under paragraph 65 that you're starring. I wonder if we could have that discussion, because there is a capital delivery challenge. I think, shown by the numbers. I'm trying to say that politely, and I think that might be useful for us to have that discussion, Paul. So, Jane, if I could just, don't lose sight of that, and I think we should have that discussion. I'm not certain that's directly for the annual report.
I agree.
Would be my point. Okay. Thank you for that. These are really good comments. Anything else, guys? Right, let's go to the financial overview, and Derek, you've got and Jasper, you've got first rights here, because you've raised some questions which I think are reasonable. Derek, the first issue is I think if I could paraphrase your question, because the way I've heard it is, what does our ratepayer think of? Do they think in terms of cash, or do they think in terms of overall revenue and expenditure? Correct? I mean, you've talked about let's remove depreciation, and depreciation, as we all know, is non-cash. We don't write a check out for it. Equally, in our profit and loss, we don't show what was spent on the assets, even though that's cash going out on renewals, right? So there is this challenge about how we might reflect what is the information value of just showing cash in and cash out. And we do actually have that anyway because we've got the cash flow statement. So I wonder if there is in the financial summary, which I'll be honest, I liked, along with Anne and Teresa, along with all the other stuff, whether there is perhaps a chance to reflect on that. There's a depreciation story here, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, which goes back to your point, Jaspreet, about revaluation, asset base, and it's
Because
significant.
I wonder how many people, look into detail and read the footnotes and
That's
everything.
right.
If that was a theme we picked up in the beginning.
Yeah.
The fact that we've had such a massive revaluation, and I don't try to put Anne in a position of, are you able to figure out what percentage of the rate rise is actually just funding the depreciation? I would like to have a bit more, but that doesn't need to go here, but certainly.
I suspect Anne can tell you what
she told me.
because
But it's certainly something that needs to be highlighted to the ratepayer, that.
Again, it's an emerging issue, isn't it? Because how we deal with it now in this year or going forward.
Yeah, that's a base we are working.
And so we need to highlight it.
Sorry?
I was just going to say a revaluation of assets always really has a step change effect on your financials in that one particular year.
That's good. So I think Rob, you might have even suggested there could be something here in your chairs, years forward that might reflect this. I'd actually really endorse that on the basis that as I've had the received information, particularly through your last LTP, there was a focus on renewals, which is the flip side of what you use depreciation for, correct, if you're funding it. And this reflects what does increased revaluations reflect, given the way we value assets? This is called teacher question, you guys. What does it reflect?
The cost of replacing it.
That's right. The cost of ongoing renewals is going up out of the roof. That's what it's showing, Don. Absolutely correct. So I think there is, when we think about those future challenges, Rob, we're seeing that in this year where we've had to revalue, it's going to have reflecting the real challenge for us as a community to keep renewing those assets, because actually the price is going up. It's not that we've got more money in the bank. Actually, perhaps going back to the cash that you're wanting to reflect here is particularly around this revaluation movement and increased appreciation. It doesn't give rise to more cash, but actually it is giving rise to a future liability. Okay?
I just feel that, spending money on capital, renewing pipes is better than repairing them. So, if you're spending money here, it should be reducing over here. So
Yeah. Oh, well, that's a really good point. I mean, that's where I would hope that your infrastructure strategy, you're seriously considering that as part of your LPP. Actually, how do we optimise what should be maintenance versus what should be renewal? Makes a lot of sense. Don.
Yeah, just to clarify that, that 14.5 million invested assets.
Yep.
That's assets that, say, development or developers pass through to the council. So that's reflected as part of the income for the council. Is this what we're talking about here?
No, it's not actually. Although that's another key feature that Teresa and Anne have pulled out and highlighted for us, is that for the first time in a while, because of development, all of a sudden we've found, but we've now become owners of extra assets, which an accountant's phrase means our wealth has grown by $14 million. We
but to see it reflected as part of an income or the revenue, I think, is perhaps again, could be perhaps improved on for the sake of the community. It's not actually income.
It's not cash income, I agree. I agree.
Liability.
You could argue.
That's why I reckon it needs to be separate, I think.
I know. Well, look, you're quite right. But this is where I think, so I mean, I'm taking this happily on advice. How do we portray something which is relatively complex and you half need to be an accountant to understand into simple terms? I don't want to use ratepayers as simple. I'm getting myself into trouble here again. But for the average reader, how do we break this down to something that they relate to? I think is the point you're making. So it's actually drawing on a number of things which we already report on. Actually, in the accounts, if you take our profit and loss, our movement equity, our balance sheet, our cash flow statement, it's actually drawing those strands together. So I think that means a wee bit of reflection on the page 67 of the agenda on actually what sits in there. There's nothing wrong with that, but actually we're also kind of, what is the average ratepayer's guide to understanding where we're at?
Yeah, that's where that 105 million is actually for the ratepayer not particularly accurate when you look at that. Nearly 15% of that is made up of an increasing liability.
Yep. Professionally, you're challenging me on wanting to tell you what does revenue mean. Don, it's not cash. And a revenue and expenditure statement never tries to tell you what your cash position is. The first statement we look at, if you were to go to where the page is, I'm just about there.
Bruce,
page. If you look at
accountant, the rate.
No, I know that, but I mean, I think let's just be clear. If you go to page 188 of your agenda pack, there goes the statement of comprehensive revenue and expenses. That is not about cash. Lots of those items in there, line items, actually do come into us in the form of cash, but it's actually about reporting on the increase in our net wealth. And you know well, as owners of assets, generally your home or your property, that actually it gets revalued. Your wealth arguably has increased. And that's what this statement is reflecting. If you go over the page to page 192, you've got the statement of cash flows. Now that is about cash. That is what has flowed through our bank account. And clearly, actually somewhere, and I haven't found it, yes, technically, if you really want to get, sort of into it, you go to page 194. Teresa's given us a reconciliation of the difference between the cash and where that wealth statement, the statement of revenue and expenditure, how you reconcile the two. It's essentially stripping out the non-cash items. Okay, so Don, going back to your point, I'm an accountant. Yes, I agree, and I feel comfortable looking at this, and I think we're agreeing, and sponsored by Derek and Jaspre, that we just need to relook at the front end when we draw on these statements as to how people can understand it. So it's a good point.
Perhaps this cash flow needs to be at the front end.
Yep. Well, look. Let's. I'm going to be honest and leave it as a little challenge, or a representational challenge for Anne and Teresa to just think through the comments that you've received, because I treat these as valid, and we're actually getting very close to the ongoing conundrum of actually how do we make these accounts as an accountability document accessible to our community. And you're essentially saying to me, Bruce, this doesn't cut the mustard, so I hear that. I think we've also got to do it within the bounds of time, audit fee, and also actually who will read this. So we'll see how we go. Okay, anything else then about, we're in the financial overview. we're going to come back to some of the reasons. So, you know, we've touched on the vested assets, we've touched on a wee bit on revaluations. Anything else, yes, Derek? I think.
Oh, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, probably most ratepayers won't be too worried about what the council's worth. They just want to see what money come in and what money was spent.
Yep, it's a good point. Anything else? Oh, Julie, sorry. And then Matt.
I'm not even sure whether I'm on the right, I think I'm on the right area. Page 72 on the agenda.
Yep.
The balanced budget benchmark.
Yep.
I might have been reading this incorrectly. It says we don't meet the balanced budget benchmark.
Yep.
But it doesn't as if the is greater to the operating.
Yep.
Yeah, carries on there saying it, and like, is that actually correct?
Yep. So, you have to remind me, Teresa and Anne, how you actually calculate the essential balanced budget. But actually, yes. So in fact, our revenue was not sufficient to cover our expenditure. Now, I think in the calculation you do strip out vested assets, correct? I don't know. There are a few things that get stripped out because they're considered, how shall I put it, capital in nature. I mean, sorry, Don, I'm going to get you, I'll make you account of you one day yet. That's stripping out things which really are capital in nature. So it's trying to look at our everyday revenue versus our everyday expenditure. Now, I want to stress, not cash, although it's close to cash, that distinction, but it is saying, are we living beyond our means or are we not? And this is saying at 79% we're living beyond our means. This is one of the challenges that the disclose in a number of places.
And it's principally because of depreciation increases.
Yeah, so it's back to the old, the problem that Jess Breton and Eric raised. So yeah. Can I thank you for raising it?
I just wanted to make sure because I read it and read it again.
Yes, my little comment to Anne quietly before the meeting was I think we need to have better explanations of why we are in the yellow, or what you and I would normally say we're in the red.
Yeah, and that probably does not mean it's balanced benchmark. Right?
That's right.
There's an element there that we could explain that further and reinforce the story as well.
Yeah. I'm going to come back to that story, so it's good. Matt, you've got a point too?
I just spotted page 68 for the agenda, so 23 for the attachment, under operational expenditure. It's got additionally other council expenditure is 4.6 million higher. I think that figure was 4.9 based on the report that the attachment is part of. And quickly adding up the forestry harvesting costs and maintenance. The other subsequent, I think it's just a typo.
You're under operation, the under operation.
Yeah, operational.
Right-hand column, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right.
It should be.
There's always a good man in the meeting that knows that. Fast. You've got Matt. That's part of the total quality control and editing that needs to occur. So thank you. Julie, back in.
And that was my comment before about the balance benchmark. My comment actually was, and I've got two comments that I had were confused, was there a better explanation as to why it was the control benchmark.
Yep.
Page you on, Julie?
So that's on page 73, Sarah.
Land, and it says it meets it. So we are right in what we're saying there too.
Yep.
That is correct.
Yeah. And perhaps the confusing thing is you'll see in 2021 what might be otherwise positive and about 100% is actually a negative. So, yep, no, I get you. That's a good call. Any other thoughts, guys? These are really important because actually we'll come back to the story. Yeah, Matt?
I think just going back to that, the first 20 pages in the executive summary, it's these benchmarks that really need some narration behind it. Because that's, for those who aren't accountants, I'm certainly not one, it's understanding that spreadsheets aside, these are the indicators that really determine kind of what the financial position is, or you know, the issues to address. And yeah, I guess going a little bit further than the current draft of we're financially sound, it needs to really be a bit more explanatory of some of these considerations.
You know, look, I don't want to sound like a spin doctor here, mate, but this is where the exact debate we have been having is really valuable, because we're focusing right at the moment on the money, if I can call it that, and I'll say the cash, what it's worth, and we've just been discussing that actually we're getting a wee bit stressed here because of those negative indicators. And yet we've also gone through the highlights, and of course they're fleshed out more in the activity statements so well by Teresa and Anne. And actually what it reflects is we've done a lot. There's actually a wee story Jane's going to talk to that we'd like to have done more, but we've done a lot. But actually it's costing us a lot more to do it. That's, to me, if I've not writing it forward, but I might be suggesting some notes to you, that's the problem that we face. And you talk about benchmarking, Paul, that's local government territorial. There's actually, we're delivering a lot, we're working hard for the community, but it's costing us more. Read, we need to ask more of you on low rates. That's the bottom line in this place. So, you know, I pass it on as a little bit of external view. Yeah, Tom.
And I suppose, you know, dovetailing into that is that, you know, based on the financial summary and the fact that we've had significant TIP funding, we've had significant better off funding, I think the ratepayer sentiment through us arguably has been that we've sown a few seeds out there to say that some of that funding has probably been questionable in terms of where we've spent it. And some of the messaging, I think, has not been that great. And I almost feel like there's an expectation there. So I think that's a real risk as well in terms of financially where we're going to see ourselves based on the pressures that we're currently under and that we will continue to be under, you know, nationally as well. So in terms of that ongoing, and maybe it's more of an LTP thing, but a lot can happen in a year, as we know. And I just wonder if we as a council or a governance party should be a little bit cognizant of getting that message across to our ratepayers a little bit more. Just a comment.
Yeah, no, thank you. And actually, I like your point also, Tom, that, you know, this is why this annual report is so important to us, because actually it's the base on which we need to look at from a whole bunch of reasons, both our performance in terms of what we have delivered, but actually also the finances. You know, in other words, the indicators show that we're starting from behind the eight ball. So that's the challenge here, Don.
I think, Bruce, page 37, number 35, I just wonder if some clarification around these comments. Additionally, other council expenditure and employee benefit expenses were a net 4.9 million higher than budget. And then there's a list of additional, where some of the additional expenditure was, but there's no mention of employee benefit expenses.
Yes, because they're within budget. So actually,
this is on the.
Can we just, sorry, this is in the main report. Can we come back to that? As I said, we'll have a broader discussion. We're partly into that area, Don. So again, hold your point. We've got Paul holding his point as well. And we'll come back to that. Can I just look? We have got to probably where I wanted us to go, which was essentially, it is the front 37 pages. And actually the key thing that we're saying here, Teresa, is the test for us is it's, what did you say, Matt? It's open, it's honest. We want to be transparent with our community. But it's also, we just need to have a refresh, starting with your report. Rob, about does it meet the need of the ratepayer out there? Because of course from here we also pick up on that other aspect of our accountability, which is the summary annual report. So we've got a wee bit of suggestions. I hear the point, Derek, about cash versus wealth creation, which is not what we're in the game of, but it's actually how we're asked to account for ourselves. Let's see what we can do there. Sarah, did you have a point like that?
I just wanted to make, just off the back of Tom's comment, was sometimes with the funding that we're actually able to get from central government, it actually can only be spent in a very limited space. So if there's any comment around that, then that should actually be brought out in the report as well, because we can't spend some of it on.
Yeah, it's not free money. It's what you're saying. It comes with conditions.
Or some of that infrastructure that it might be. Might consider spending it on. It's actually very limited in where it can be spent.
Agreed. That's exactly right. Needs to get the whole story. So that's got us to really what is the key part, the rate card. We then have the detail of our activity in section 2, and then we get into the depths of the financials. It's lovely territory. But are there questions or points at this stage that people would like to raise? I don't want to necessarily overtake your time on this yet, because actually it is part of our total accountability. So Derek first.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very well having this, glossary report and trying to shape it any way you like, but at the end of the day, we're living beyond our means. We're going to get to next year when we set the rates, and there'll be another 7% rate rise, another $9–10 million borrowed probably. I mean, the whole business model is flawed and unsustainable, and I think that's what we should be focusing on, is how do we change that model? What do we focus on? Because at the moment, it's on a train road to hell and back.
Derek, I think what I'd like to say there is that's the challenge of your LTP. Just let's remember we're just trying to do a bit of accountability here. And I think it's, and I think we're agreeing in our earlier discussion that actually there is a key theme here about, look, and you can accuse me of being a spin doctor, we've delivered a lot, but it's costing us a lot more to deliver. That's essentially what it is. That actually then says, well, exactly your point, if we got the right business model. But that's something we picked up in the LTP as a discussion point. This can be used as a pointer to a future discussion. It might be one you're having now, but it's not one that you'd have fully in the annual report. Okay, Paul.
I think we need to understand that only a minority of our ratepayers will actually read this document. And so I think it's important that we have clear indexing so that they can go to the highlights and usually the cash flows and those things that are, top of mind, which I'm sure we do, but it just shows the importance of that, I think.
Yeah. My point ultimately would be that Louise and the team are going to use actually what we've just focused on here, which turns into the summary of the annual report that again has to be audited. But that's going to be, if we have a document that's most useful, it will be that summary. Don?
I was just following up on Derek's comment that if the business models needs change, then something needs to happen. But to do that, you're saying that's a reflection from here. Again, we need to understand, and it needs to be clear here, at the rate at which the organisation's going backwards. So you can say that we're doing more, but we're spending more. But we also know that a large part of the community can't afford for us to do more and spend more. So there's a need for a conversation around that, and it starts with this being a true reflection of.
Yeah, and I don't think the comments of your colleagues are saying that shouldn't happen. I think what I'm hearing is let's be upfront, proud of what we've achieved, but actually also setting ourselves up as a conversation we need to have with you about affordability. And I think that makes a lot of sense. But I think my point is what you actually do to make yourself more affordable, to change your business model, to attract more revenue. I mean, the bottom line I always think is we have an other revenue hole, by the way. That's what I think in terms of our financial strategy. It's not rates. We need more other money is actually what we need, not more rates.
Should be a greater emphasis placed on that.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah,
that's absolutely. My point, is that it's not rate. Local government doesn't have a rate issue. It has a other revenue issue. And I mean, it sounds awfully like I'm a politician. I want to be very careful here. That's why some of the debates that are happening at a national level, including through our October election, are very interesting, which is actually what is the relationship of central government to include local government.
Well, this is
And particularly the funding flows, but
I think this is part of the systemic failure from a local and central government in terms of succession. I think we're probably 18 months behind the 8 ball at a national level with regards to the succession plan. We're sort of the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff scenario. And I think it's our responsibility to place more pressure on central government in that space. That's part of our job on behalf of the ratepayer to also look for other ways and initiatives to gain to create revenue and finance to be able to service our infrastructure. And I think we're doing a piss poor job of it, to be fair.
Well, you might have heard, sorry, I'm totally diverting myself here, but you might have heard, for instance, Commissioner Stephen Sell in Tauranga this morning on national radio talking about actually ideas of obviously in an intensive urban environment, not Te Anau, about tolling. Essentially, how do we raise money that enables us to raise that? That's another revenue matter, not a race matter. So it's
segueing. I'm sorry.
Distracted me. I'm not myself from actually the purpose at hand, and so I still haven't quite got off the first resolution here, which is the activity statements and the detail of the financials. Is there any burning point people would like to make at this point?
I've just got it's a bullet point. It's more of a
Yep. Go for it, Sarah.
issue on page 1012. There's just a couple of bullet points there which are very, very similar, and I just think they could be combined and worded. We continue to have agreements in place with a number of community groups like the investors. And then you go over the page to the top bullet point, which says something very similar. I think you've got those 2 bullet points. I'm on page 1023. 101, 102. So it's between 101 and 102. So the second to last bullet point on 101 and the first bullet point on 102 are pretty well the same. They just need to be amalgamated.
That
phraseology
section is a bit, but obviously the highlighted words there are right, that highlighted sentence needs to be explained a bit better, because green, grey and blue, open spaces, what are they? And green, grey and blue, it doesn't actually know. You need context as to what constitutes green, grey and blue to make them in the sentence.
You're looking above, you're looking at the bit above it. I was looking at it.
Okay, if we can just take, thank you for that, Sarah, take the advice that can be, which is enough, we don't need to. Yes, Matt?
If we're looking at section 2, I was just wondering, page 88, the areas of reform currently identified in the sector include, I was just wondering if there was any mention for the future for local government. I guess it's a report, a review, not so much a reform at this stage, but I just feel like that should kind of feature within that segment, as it did during that financial year as a consideration.
Okay, thank you. Right, any other comments? Derek?
Not sure if it's the right place, but with all councils being the guarantors to LGNZ.
LGFA.
Yeah, LGFA. What risk is there to our council if someone defaults on their payments? Whatever council defaults, and the rest of the councils obviously have to pick up the tab. Is that correct? What risk to us?
Yep, so it's a percentage share. I don't know, it's in somewhere.
Where's the contingent liability note? The short answer is it's very low.
Yeah, 900,000.
But you're talking about the risk of a council defaulting. We're not talking, and that might be priced at 900,000, but the real question is, what is the risk of the council defaulting? And the advice we all receive from the assessment of this, and it's an actuarial assessment, is that it's low. Because first of all, if we default, there are some quite punitive provisions which, well, sorry, if a council defaults, some quite punitive provisions which enable the funder to come in and actually rate. So, you know, the call on another local authority is actually quite a low risk, okay, at this stage.
So if we default on whatever, you know,
yeah,
they come in, what do they take? Do they pick someone's house or?
No, they rate. They rate the community. They can take over the rating policy that you have as a council and get their money back. So our security is our ability to rate. It's actually, by the way, why we get relatively cheap rates compared to a commercial or a private lender, is that actually our source of security is compared to a property which may or may not be the value for which you've loaned against.
There's still quite a risk to the ratepayer, though, isn't it? Do you not think?
No, well, I think that's the point I'm making is that the LGFA, firstly, is a standard and a Fitch rated entity, which actually gives it, you might say, direct political statement, but it's as high as the Crown in terms of its security. And they're looking at actually what is the loan book that the LGFA have, which of course is us. Yep. And actually, what is the worthiness of those assets and also the liabilities of LGFA loan, and it's rated highly, both onshore and offshore, and the risk.
I guess we look at the other side. If it was bank borrowing, yeah, the security is probably no different, is it? If we actually borrowed from Westpac or BNZ. What's the difference?
Yeah, in terms of their ability to be able to you know, if we defaulted, it would be at the same level of risk. LGFA probably higher than a bank.
And did you find that? Is it a proportion of what our loan is at that 900,000?
Yeah, it's a proportion over everybody's borrowing. Yeah, yeah. It is. I mean, the chair's absolutely correct. Realistically, the other check that they have in place is the LGFA also have uncalled capital sitting there as well. So they'll draw on those funds first before they'll come back to councils. Councils will effectively give them a loan to help them to meet that commitment, but we will get repaid over time because they will go to that council and they will start and rate. And it'll probably be a separate line potentially on a rates notice that will say repayment of debt or whatever. They'll do it however they want to do it, but it will be a short-term thing because they will recover it. The chances are
I mean, the chances of AIA, the insurance company, defaulting were, well, it was AAA rated. And
so right now, we collect rates to pay our debts back to LGFA. Right? That's every council's doing that. So that's why it's so low. Because if we don't collect our rates, then we have powers to be able to go out there and collect those monies from our ratepayers. So therefore, the only risk is that we haven't actually collected the monies and we don't have ability to go and borrow the monies to repay the debt. But that's just good planning, but that's planning. That's all about planning.
It's a risk to the ratepayer.
But it's considered a low risk because there are so many contributors to actually repaying. So all the ratepayers are actually, so it's not that you can say this section of the community can't afford it. Well, they can't, but there are others, you know, like it's a widespread risk because there's so many people contributing to pay it. It's not just on one person.
As interest rates rise.
The rate differential is left between LGFA and private banks.
Oh, look, of course, it's really hard. I mean, we quantified it a way back as 1%, but the issue that we have is that we can't borrow if we go out to the banks for 15 years. So it's really hard. No. Okay. We just can't do it.
We can't get a loan for. We get a loan, but we can't get it for 15
15 years. We just can't get that security. So we get the security of that interest rate for that period of time because they're issuing the bonds. Yeah.
That's the plan when you know what you're
I think, look, this is a really good question, and again, I want to validate it. And I think actually, Anne, could I just suggest that you and I explore that we invite Andrew Michael, who is the one of the lead people for LGFA, to perhaps zoom in and talk to us. I think it would be timely to have Andrew give us this. Can you go to page 236 of your agenda? It's still yet to be finalised because it's all in yellow, but this was the disclosure that we made last year around LGFA, and it's in that middle paragraph above B, which starts PBE accounting standards. And the council has assessed a 12-month ECL as expected credit loss of the guaranteed liability based on market information of the underlying assets held by LGFA. The estimated 12-month credit losses are immaterial due to the very low probability of default. Now, you need to have a bit of confidence how you say that, so I think that's what we've got to focus on for your benefit. What I want to reflect here is yes, we've focused on what is being said by the sector is the low possibility that actually there is a default by a local authority. I want you to reflect, again, this is where it would be good to have Andrew here, that every council that is a borrower has strict requirements from LGFA to meet, okay, before it actually runs up debt, okay? And we know what they are because we're under those as well, including things like we've got to hold a certain level of liquidity. Okay, we've got to have access to facilities that enable us to be able to probably deal with a particular issue, which otherwise would affect our balance sheet. We have covenants around the limit that we can go to. You know, so the big councils like go to about 290% net debt. And these are accepted norms. So, you know, there is quite a strong set of prudential limits on any borrower, but collectively, one of us defaulting is a very low risk. I think we perhaps, if I can leave it there, I think we should try and get Andrew. He's a good guy. Give us a strong sense of all of this as we go through. And it might help address perhaps your concern there. And what I think I hear from the rest of you is a bit of collective need to understand. Anything else, guys? Oh, sorry, Paul then, Don. Sorry, Paul, I think you're next. Sorry, did you have a point?
No, I'm right.
There was something on the table you were talking about?
Oh, I was only talking about that benchmarking earlier on.
Yeah, and we'll pick that up. We'll pick that on up with Jane. Okay, anything else, Don? Was anything you had outstanding?
I just thought perhaps it needed clarified on page 37.
Well, which page? Sorry, can you just check?
On the computer.
Is it
Yeah,
like,
206. Is that page 206 of our...
Number paragraph 35.
Oh, we'll come back to that, mate. Sorry, yeah, we'll come back to that. We're nearly there. I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there, believe it or not. Anything else? Right. So look, there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that happens from a control and quality perspective, and these things come back, and we'll have another crack at this. But if there's nothing else, or there's something that gets in your mind as you've looked at this post, clearly an email and contact with Teresa and Anne would be more than relevant. Okay, so I'm taking it that actually, you know, broadly speaking, there's lots of scrubbing up that we want done. I don't think it actually stops us from getting it to the auditors, by the way, Teresa, if you are getting worried down there. But actually, in terms of the final product, would be something that we'd want to have looked at. We then go to indeed the next step. This looks like, you know, apart from the words from the front end, looks like the annual report that describes our performance for the year. The very good paper that we've got at the start of this, introducing the draft annual report, is some very good description around analysing our result for the year. So I'm open to questions about this. So Don, I think you're in the starting blocks, and then I think Paul and Jane, you've got some comments around the capital delivery. So Don, your
Mine's pretty minor, but I just thought it might be useful to clarify. Page 37, number 35, talks about council expenditure and employee benefit expenses were a net 4 million higher than budget. And then it lists off different reasons or different expenses, but doesn't include the employee benefits, which, because it's been alluded to, I thought perhaps it might be.
So that was me actually just trying to reduce the explanations that existed in there because, and you see, this is the problem. People tell me I need to do less, but when I try, I just always get caught up. So what I wanted to basically show there was that the actual employee expenditure compared to budget was less. However, we had incurred consultants' costs, as we talked about in the building things. That's included in the other council expenditure. And they were netting off against each other, so that's why I tried to join them together and said the net of. But I'm happy to spread that back out again, but that was my reasoning for it.
The point for that would be that the staff expenditure was on budget.
Was less. Was less.
So it didn't come into the calculation, like it's not on the list of overs.
Yeah, so it was less. So we actually incurred less council employee expenditure, as we've talked about during the year. There was, vacancies and the such like. But equally, we also talked about having to go out in various departments and get some consultants in.
Yeah.
And that's in a different code, which is in that other council expenditure. So I was just netting them off, and they basically net off against each other. So I was just that's why I just went, right, I'll do it like that, because somebody's going to ask me why I didn't explain employee.
Maybe it's just as simple as, because those additional employee expenses are included in those sums that you've got there. So other council expenditure, including employee expenses, were. But that might raise some questions as well.
Well, maybe if I take out were a net and just said additionally other council expenditure and employee benefit expenses were 4.9 million higher instead of a net.
Only if the breakdowns include those.
That's why, because it's both of them together. Yeah, it's both of those, because that 4.9, if you go into the financial accounts, and Teresa's going to help me get there to the page.
Can I just reflect? We've got the explanation, haven't we? The simple explanation is we didn't have the full staff complement, we didn't spend our budget. But we had to make up for it by taking on board consultants. Okay, that's the key message. Not the dollars ins and outs. The critical point is, do we explain that clearly in the annual report? Okay, and that comes under the financial overview. If I'm trying to find it again, right at the front end, where we explain why expenditure and what have you. So it's a question of clarity of message. Employee benefits down, consultants up, because we needed to cover our vacancies. That's the key message. As governors, that's what we need to know.
Yes, it's not actually narrated though in the report. It's narrated. It's in the report commentary, but then in the attachment of the draft report, it doesn't mention employee benefits at all. It's just then other expenditure.
So that goes back to, again, the criticality of actually being saying, does this reflect the messages you want to get across? So that was the whole purpose of going through the annual report.
When it's not actually an issue, do you need to actually even mention it in the highlight? Because it's in the label, people will be expecting a commentary around it. So is it being a part of the problem?
It's not part of it. Yeah, you're right.
That's a good point. So it's clarity around it, Jean. What is the real things that the community need to know in terms of our overall accountability for the year? So thank you for that comment, Julie. It's a question and it's an accounting phrase. What's material? What really moved the dial in terms of the expenditure outturn that we had? So there's clarity around that. But I mean, it's also a good question. We've got it here in our report from staff. We're just getting a bit of clarification on it. I think we've got that clarification, Don, so that's good. Paul, I think, is it relevant, Jane, at this stage to talk about your question, Paul?
Well, I was just suggesting that perhaps at some point, and not in this document, but at some point, we produce a benchmark of our performance against other councils in the country as far as that capital spend for the year goes. I'm not sure if there is one produced. There's a number of benchmarks used to be produced of different things, but
yes.
To show that
there will be somebody around that's been
our own.
Jane, is there anything you'd want to comment about delivery at this stage?
I probably will wait until I sit alongside Emma and her report, but in terms of your question, it's a fraught question, the delivery of the capital programme. There are benchmarks that are produced by disreputable people who look at it at face value without understanding what's going on below. We can talk about it a bit more, but it's not just SDC's problem. Everywhere I have spent time, and Bruce has been around many more councils than me, but just sitting down here, 6 councils and got to know very well, and they have the same old problem. And naively, one can say, right, we're not having carry forwards. Staff, give us a recommendation of a programme we can deliver. That's not the way to go. And then at the other end, I've seen a council who talk about Oscar's bulldozer, we'll just push it out, and that doesn't work either. So the capital programme is a bit between, and I keep saying this to, I have good discussions, it's between an art and a science, but you must look at it as 10 years. It's no good doing it. So we've got to deal with next year as part of reporting today, but we need to do actually 11 years because it's all about phasing. It's not about not doing it, it's about when you do it and deliverability and all these things, which I can talk to you a little bit more. Because my wee paragraph in there is the reason we didn't have more information in there. This is a real work in progress for this council. Not to mention, Fran's going to be having it under her pillow. Goes from mine to Fran. Fran's new role is infrastructure and capital delivery. So I think I can come up with and describe to council when you invite me, Mr. Chair, and give you some assurance about what we're doing about this, because it's not just an SDC problem, but SDC is really, I think, putting the foundations in place to try and get a deliverable program 1 year ahead and 11 years ahead. Warnock District Council do a 100-year infrastructure strategy. We do a 30-year because we have to, and that's enough. So it all ties up to financial strategies. The fundings and one of the things I'm sure council can relate to. We don't want to make promises to ratepayers we can't keep. We don't want to ask staff to do something they can't do and they're disappointed because they haven't delivered. But somewhere in there, there's a balance. And we don't want to rate for stuff we can't do. Whether it's in different places, it's all money, apart from, and Katahi's another issue. But that's really the only 2 big stuff that goes on. It's a long-winded answer to say you're not alone. We could have a look at other councils' annual reports for ourselves.
I think it would only be if such a thing was produced.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know. The other issue in the future for local government stuff about the funding coming down from central government, I had occasion to sit in the airport yesterday for a long time because there's a very interesting article in the Listener, which is an interview with Jim Palmer and others about that, and it talks a lot about unfunded mandates. So there's a whole bunch of things, strategies we need to do, starting at a deliverable program for the immediate, and I call it immediate, 10, 11 years, to work on all fronts.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I'm certainly not suggesting it to sort of beat ourselves up, but to show that it's not just us, it's the sector.
It is, hand on heart, it is the sector. And it's the climate we live in, but it's also what we do about it. We can't just say, oh dear. And we're going to come back to you with a suggestion on the 20th.
Thanks, Jane. Any other, thanks for the question, Paul. That's really helpful. In terms of the paper, a bit of clarity as we've talked, Don sponsored, you've raised some questions around benchmarking. Is there anything about the performance that is reflected by our draft annual report that I'd like to raise? There's good stuff for more analysis, and I actually would really encourage, I mean, I've got questions, but I don't actually think for the sake of the meeting I need to raise those today. They actually raise some very interesting issues, I think, about actually what is the LTP challenge. I don't want to get into the LTP, so I'll certainly have any other comments folk would like to raise at this stage.
Look, I might have this wrong. Just the previous conversation we had about the outsourcing of consultants, I'm not sure whether we're going to include a phrase saying that or not, but if we are, I'm just wondering if a better term than consultants, given the connotation that people put to that, would be to use outsourced resource or something like that.
I mean, that's what essentially you're arguing. Something like that. Good point, Paul. We need to make Julie's call first. Is it materials such that we need to raise the issue, and then if it is, how do we say it's sensitive? Okay, that's good. Okay. Folk, I'd like to move to the recommendations, believe it or not. I sense that we've had a pretty good morning, and we have devoted a good hour to this, which is what it needed to have. And before I go to the resolution, just thinking, Teresa, is there any sort of final comment you want to make? We talked quite a bit about a few changes that probably is making you sweat a wee bit in the palms of your hand. But I still believe we're in a position where we can move these solutions, because I think we've got the core of what the auditors need. While we might wrapping around it, I think we're really in pretty good shape. Is there any final comment you'd like to make?
No, just that it is a work in progress, and we thank you, Councillor Duffy, for sending that information through for the changes, and they're in the document that will go to audit. And if there is anything that you do see, I'm happy to take any emails if you want to send them through, or contact me or Anne. But we are still reviewing it as well. So
thanks. Right, thank you, Teresa. Appreciate that. So look, we do have the resolutions in front of us, which are on page 34 of the agenda. Apart from receiving, and that we are doing so in compliance with the Act, to go back to those three things. We are endorsing their draft annual report, including amendments. I think we should just get rid of the word agreed. I think what we just say is amendments at this meeting, because I think we're saying have a crack and see where it comes back, which would be good. And that we approve the release of this report, including amendments to the auditors. I accept that you might have all those amendments in place. I don't think that's, honest, can I say, that's not a problem. They've got the balances they need to know. We're talking about the first 34 pages or something, and I don't think they need to be too worried about that. And that you delegate that sort of processing thing. Cameron can approve these changes that we're rocking through, but if they're above minor, he needs to have my words on that. So that's a delegation that operates between now and the 18th of October. We meet to adopt the annual. You really comfortable with that? Are you moving that, Don?
No.
Oh no, you're raising a question. Okay, go for it.
Well, back to that discussion that we had earlier. Are we going to get an option to, because the next time we're going to see that, and if there's been a change or not, it's going to be a case of adopting it. So I wonder if it's worthwhile having around potential changes to the way that the reports were presented.
Okay,
With
let
regards
me
to
try this, which might not satisfy you. Firstly, Rob's going to have a new crack at the front end at this report, which I think you said you'll circulate. The point of the third one there, or the last resolution, is that we recognise we've asked management thinking around that, and you're delegating to Cameron and me. Actually, does that look right? You're not being part of the conversation. I can understand it. So, efficiency-wise, the idea is actually you look at me on the 18th and say, well, you didn't actually do what we said, Bruce. I mean, what's the risk? Could be high, could be low. I don't know. Having said that, is there any way that would you countenance the circulation of the first 35, like whatever the number of pages are that we've discussed around the committee before the 18th?
Before the 18th of October?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do.
So can you look at that? So thanks, Dom. We'll add to my attempts at efficiency by suggesting that actually, along with Rob and perhaps that financial overview in particular, even though we've got comments around the highlights as well, which has been useful, it might be that we could consider circulating a limited part of it to the committee for comment that might just help us all feel more comfortable. The other thing I think we've agreed is that we'll talk to Andrew Michael and get him involved in relationship to our PFA, which is a particular disclosure risk we have a committee got worried about. Right, after that, I'm going to move.
So one last question.
You go from there.
Page 226 of the agenda, just investment in associates. I'm just wondering whether our shareholding in Milford Sound Tourism would be listed in that, or is that elsewhere? So page 57 of the attachment. Investment in associates. These.
Got an associate, yeah, it's part of the parent, so we've got it, we disclose that somewhere else, don't we?
I did read about Milford.
It's got
about this before.
It's got a value of the, somewhere else in the document it's got a value of the shareholdings, but I just didn't know if it was technically under investment in associated entities.
Under there. It's Milford Community Trust, isn't it?
No, Milford Sound Tourism.
But we'll just look into that and answer that as part of the, because it was in somewhere else, I believe.
Yeah, just, I mean, this is the accounting thing, and associate has got there's a particular definition under accounting rules which may not include MST. So it's your point is, should MST in some way be reflected in the accounts, and then and Therese will come back to project one. Any other comments, folks?
It's under other financial assets.
Okay.
It's the shares.
Page number?
Page 208.
208.
So that reflects the shares in that.
So you bring it in, yeah, so it comes in on the face of the P&L.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's already in there. So it's in the in 208 where it's mentioned. I'd like to move here that we pass this resolution. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I think we've had a pretty good discussion, and I do appreciate what it's been. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? It's carried. Thank you very much. That's brilliant. Well done, and thank you for stellar record on that. That's encouraging. I know we have to do it again on the 18th. Quite frankly, I think we'll be much better prepared, Teresa, than we were even last year. So well done on your efforts. Again, I want to reflect my appreciation of staff, because we are hitting the deadlines that we need to with our auditors, and I know some councils that won't meet the 31, the new or the re-engaged 31 October deadline for reporting. So we're doing well. Thank you. Appreciate your efforts. Okay, folk, it's time for lunch. Can I suggest?
12:30. It's only half 11.
What?
You must be hungry.
Yeah, we're gonna have a break. We need a break, don't we? Yeah, you've done well. Sorry, off the lunch. I'm an hour in front of myself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We've got another hour to try and get through the agenda. Yeah. We're going to have a break for 10 minutes, guys. Well, the council auditors get this on Monday. Probably even going to send it to them tomorrow. So can I just agree that retrospectively, we just get rid of that phrase, and prior to, prior to providing the draft to council's auditors. Or else change it to prior to our meeting on the 18th of October. What do you feel most comfortable doing? Comments?
Just get rid of it.
Just get rid
Get rid of it? I think we'll just get rid of it, it's fine, and it just leaves me and Cameron with the chance to get things through. We've agreed, you're going to review, circulate, we're going to look at ways to circulate the front end. By this, so I think we just get rid of it, okay? Good, I'm not going to pass the resolution, and we're just going to know that it's actually been done. Right, can we move then on to the, I think I'm up to item 7.3, I think you'd hope to check that, given I was at lunch and you weren't. Robin, page 255.
And looking after that one.
Was Anne looking after that? Sorry. Oh, Robin's not here. Right, of course. There's your hands in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, councillors. So I'm just here to present the interim performance report. So it says period 3. It's actually for the full year, of course, from the 1st of July 2022 to 30th of June 2023. This is just a more detailed explanation of where the KPIs got to at year end. Of course, we've already discussed those in general terms as part of Teresa's annual report discussion at the previous one. Just like to highlight, I guess, in here, this report is taking more of a risk approach. So I don't want to ever get away from the fact that council has achieved 78% of its KPIs in the last year. This was an increase on the previous year, which was up from 71%, but it is just a risk approach in the fact that we're just concentrating mainly on those 12 that we haven't done and the one that we haven't achieved. Excuse me. So I think I'll basically take the report as read at this stage and then just say if there's any questions in regards to it to let me know. One other highlight just when I'm flicking through here, of course, is the emergency management survey. We did note in there that we had not completed it. That is correct because it's only undertaken biannually, but it was actually just completed, so we've only just got the results in as of, I think, yesterday. In regards to that, so it will be recorded as being completed for this year, even though we have actually done it for last year.
Great, that's good. So let's just remember that we are focusing on, as you say, the risk, I can say the things that are not achieved, as in contrast to the total performance of the council. So with that, due respect to staff and also to what this paper is trying to achieve, we got questions or comments? Yes, Julie.
Chair, that on page 258, the 17, and that's the first KPI to 3.2. The summary of that, the commentary there, it's not really a summary. I feel it's got far too much information in it. And that, like me, it could just be stopped at after the significant time frame, but the set level of the service was not affected. All the rest of it is actually what we've done to ensure we don't need to justify potentials of when we might not meet it in the future. We just need to say that we've looked at it and got it under control.
Thank you. I'll take those comments and feed those back, and we'll make sure that we box that up for next time.
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also wanting this notification, I'm not sure who's being notified what by who.
So you're talking about the interments?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
So we get notified that the plot is ready, and the funeral director does.
Right.
That's part of that KPI.
So when we're talking about 2 minutes, what do we, why is?
Because we ask them to notify us that they need to undertake that the plot is prepared 2 hours before the burial takes place. What we're saying is when we're getting notified, it's 1 hour 58 minutes.
Right, yeah, okay.
So they've just been really 2 hour.
Yeah, the commentary really doesn't say that, like, the level of the families won't know our level of service hasn't been met.
This is ours, yeah, this is ours. This is yours comfort level over the fact that this
You want to put a
service.
buffer between
Yeah.
the whole ready and.
And so the not notified on time, yeah, it just becomes a bit confused about whether it's a major problem. And the major problem is that the contractor doesn't actually report to us in time. It's not about their work, because the work's completed.
Well,
it could develop though, couldn't it? That if they think they're getting away with it, then the contractor could just slide it. I know cases a few years back in councils nearby where the funeral director arrived from nightcaps to find that the grave actually hadn't even been dug. And they adjourned to the local hotel for a couple of hours.
It's an absolute one-off.
I know, but
thing is that the commentary around that is what is going to be, it was what is in the report. But there's just thing. I just think it needs, that is more of a management thing, activity manager comments, rather than actually, the level of service. It hasn't been met, but we've addressed it. It's not, we don't need all that other detail.
Yep, absolutely concur. I'll take that on board and make those necessary adjustments going forward.
There's a range of times there. I must confess, the only event was we were 2 minutes late. It does raise some questions about actually, it is a non-performance, but equally, your point's well made between you and Paul. Actually, this is an internal matter for us to raise with our contractor about actually.
I think what staff are trying to do though is that you've set a KPI that we need to meet family expectations in regards to it, and that enlightenment is 2 hours. So often what's happened in the past is, if we've said that they haven't, you've asked for further details. And so we're trying to, the staff are trying to provide that extra detail so that you can gauge whether you believe it is of a nature that requires a lot more work, or you're quite happy that the staff are approaching it in a responsible manner and dealing with it.
There needs to be a commentary in there that we require notification 2 hours prior, and then carry on that the delays for the year range from 2 to 24. You can then judge, get a feel for it. Yeah,
not a problem at all. I'd take that on board.
Brilliant. Any other questions? Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Bruce. On the next page, 8.1, there's quite a lot of comment around ongoing issue of contaminated waste, recycling and being diverted to landfill. And just looking at the resolved monitor for improvement, it's good there's targeted education and social media. I'm just wondering whether the community boards themselves are getting reported to that this is an issue within the area and giving the community an opportunity to go and address the community about it. I know often in community board meetings it's discussed when, as a reason of why a cost has gone up, that an actual report saying, hey, this is happening in your community, what can you do to address it, would be good to see.
Okay, that feedback.
Thanks. I've got one of my engagements, and I don't think it's public yet, so I won't say which one, but if somebody is repeatedly offending, they're putting a white lid on the bin. There's a lot of debate going on, I think, in the council chamber as whether that's sort of some form of discrimination. But if somebody's, because of the old story, in this case, contaminated bin contaminates the truck, and it is a real cost to us. Given you've got to then take it to landfill and pay landfill charges. So they've got a white bin idea. So I don't know whether we're into that down here, but I'll leave it as an idea. Okay. Any other points? Yeah.
Just on 3B on page 262 with that proposal, and obviously there's no water tank here, so the staff might not be able to ask the question, but is there any risk with that threshold being at 18% as opposed to a health risk, I guess, for noting that we might not be able to get an answer to that question at the moment?
Well, have we had any evidences of illness? Sorry, it's a public health question.
Yeah.
Have we had evidence of this?
I mean, I don't know what protozoal actually is.
There's a report coming to you on water quality, I think in the next or thereabouts, which has been there's been changes within the regulator. The standards have gone up, so that impacts our performance, even although the water that we're drinking is the same water as we drank last year. So there's a bit to get our minds round. I think there'll be more detail coming.
Jane, can I just check? The issue is the absence of continuous monitoring. So it's a proof issue for us, isn't it? Rather than going back to your point, the water we're drinking today is the same quality as last year.
They require a higher standard of proof.
Yeah, and a higher standard.
It's
challenging.
And they require UV.
Yeah. Oh, okay, and it's got to be UV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what that extra program of works is adding into it.
So that's another unfunded mandate, essentially.
Well, actually, did raise for me just a small question, and 15.3A and B are subject to audit. I think those are a couple of measures that the auditors will be focused on. I just want to reflect, Jane, I was in the meeting last night at a different engagement where the auditor is challenging us over the disclosures we make in this area, particularly when we're disclosing non-compliance and proof of audit work. Can I just, I'm happy to share that more outside of the meeting, but it's need to be really, and from an audit perspective, from my team as they approach this, we don't want to be on the wrong side of somebody. Okay, any other questions for Paul? People? Yeah, sorry, Paul.
Just a question, do we have a KPI around climate change?
No, not at this stage.
Given the level of...
We did not develop one as part of the last LTP, but it's definitely something you can consider as developing this.
Yeah, okay.
Really good point, and we'll come back. I will particularly raise that as an issue, not necessarily a KPI, but I'll raise it as an issue when we get to our risk report, Paul. And if I haven't, please come back to me and say, what were you going to say, Bruce? But I think I'll say it anyway. Okay, anything else? Right, can we move to the recommendations then, please, which is that we receive the report. Mover and seconder, please. Thank you, Jaspreet. Thank you, Julie. The motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Those against? It's carried. Thank you. So item 7.4, budget carry forward. And I think you are going to come up this time, Jane, as well, if I've got it correct. So that's great. Emma, I suspect your lead, so look forward to what you've got to say. Thank you.
It's fine. Good morning, good morning. Oh, good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. I'm presenting the budget carry forward requests from the 22-23 financial year into the 23-24 financial year report with Jane Parfitt. I'll take the report as read. The purpose of the report is to seek the committee's recommendations for approval from Council to carry forward the projects and operational budgets not completed in the 22-23 year end. It is proposed to carry forward 127 items with a net value of 12.8 million to the 23-24 year, which is slightly more than the 12.6 million last year. And it is proposed to carry forward 15 items with a value of 2.6 million for the LTP. During the carry forward process, staff have identified that the carry forwards have created a risk to the achievement of the 23-24 project work programme. I'd like to refer councillors to paragraph 17 and 18 of the report, and I'll hand over to Jane to discuss this issue.
Thank you. Look, as I said earlier on, this is a work in progress. It's a thing we do every day at the moment. If I can just summarise the figures you've got in front of you. As it sits now, the 23-24 annual plan sits at 54 million for the capital delivery. We are recommending and reinforce and support the recommendation to add another 12 million carry forward, but that gets us to 66 million as we're sitting here today. Our track record over the past 3 years of delivery has been somewhere between 26 and 32 million. That's what our capability in-house is. So the average is about 29 million. The work that we've been doing would suggest that we are geared up, for want of a better word, to deliver about 36 million. And the difference between the 29 and the 36 is probably Wokakahi funding, because roading costs are a big driver, and we won't get any more but the costs have gone up. So that's about where we've got to, with what's a sensible capital program for on an annual basis as we are now. So you can work out for yourselves the size of the gap that we've got. We're going to bring a paper on the 20th, I think it is, to talk to you. We've got to address the 23-24 programme and come up with some strategies to get it into a more sensible, deliverable state. Again, just reinforcing, we shouldn't be making promises we can't keep. We shouldn't be setting up staff to do something we know we can't do. So we just need to provide the advice, the best advice we can to you, because it's your programme that you said. What are we doing about this capital delivery? Well, the first thing I've already mentioned is Fran is infrastructure and capital delivery GM. In some councils they split the two and have a whole group for capital delivery, but I think it's fit for purpose here to have a real focus in one group. We're not big enough to have yet another group. So, like I have been doing for the last 9 months, you'll have it under a pillow and won't you? We need to start really taking this long-term view. It doesn't. It's not about not delivering. It's about the timing of the delivery. So, other stuff that we're doing to address this, and I know, Mr. Chairman, you're interested in assurance. So, starting off with Fran's role, having a real focus on this. Second thing you'll see in there, we've implemented a capital program delivery governance group. That's an internal group that brings all the asset managers together, because we have to own this as a program. It doesn't work if we just do it in silos, because they have to be give and take. We've got clear terms of reference there, and we reported to LT yesterday on that. You didn't get to, I don't think, ELT, about all the different things in place. One of our jobs is to come up with a deliverable capital program. The sort of next bit is to get better, and this came up earlier on in the discussion, to get better about the messaging and the comms around what we're doing and why we're doing it and when we're doing it. And just the last thing I'd like to say is I think you're getting a presentation on the infrastructure strategy, a workshop coming up in the next couple of weeks, I think it is. So it all sits within that and ties up to the financial strategy. So a bit long-winded answer, or a few points, but we do realise the size of the problem that we're all facing. It's time to do something about it, and we'll bring something back about the immediate coming year on the 20th to try and get something sensible recommended. But as we sit at the moment, you see the capital carry forwards for 2 years. We can't go on push on. So we'll just have to face up to the issues we've got and take a measured view to solve them.
But I assume that Jane and Emma, the issue is we don't have the new program. If I can put it that way. So in terms of this actual paper, we are because obviously the core part of the resolution is to bring us, I think you said 127 programs forward. I've got Derek's business model running around inside my head here. We're passing a resolution here based on an old approach, which we just have to recognise that there is. And in fact, I think in fairness to you, this recommendation E, that we recognise that there's the need of a revised program. In other words, this explicit acknowledgement in this resolution. A, this is what's got to go forward, but B, the system is going to needs to be fixed.
And we thought it was, what's the word, proper to bring this to your attention now, because there's going to be some hard decisions will need to be made, but it doesn't get away from the recommendation to carry forward this 12 million odd.
That's a good point. I mean, we need it for good accountability and administrative efficiency, but we just...
We're going into the
yeah.
So, there's some challenges.
Even over the best will in the world over 10 years, it'd be challenging to say that we can have a $36 million program with a $65 million plan. And over 10 years, I suspect, would be my sort of hand in the air sort of thinking. Anyway, folk, do we have questions? Is that all that we need to have? Emma Jane, thank you. Comments, questions from folk? Yes, Sarah. And then.
So my question is, Jane, based on your previous comments about spreading the projects, will the report that you present to us show the intended delivery of works for subsequent years, just so that we can see what's in those years as well? Because, like you say, you can't carry on pushing because you're just going to. I'm just not sure 100% if it goes up and down, or whether we still have got a similar dollar value of capital works each.
We haven't written the report yet, but in my head I'm thinking that's part of the LTP to get that program. So how we're going to get past this annual plan, which we'll need to sign off on the 20th. We will explain. We've got some suggestions about, and it's your decision, about things that can be pushed out, and we will make these suggestions. And then there's another strategy where instead of trying to get everything in 1 year, we can, I think this is where you're going, we schedule them out. You can always bring them back, but we haven't done that as of right. I don't think we can promise the 10-year plan on the 20th, but we can come up with some commentary about if things are moving from this year, where they're going, and then that'll set the scene for the bigger discussion which we'll need as part of the annual plan. Is that something we can't do?
Yes, and bearing in mind that we've got to think about the dollar amount, but also think about the delivery. Like roading always is a huge amount, but they always usually deliver. The local projects are a much smaller amount, but they actually take a lot more staff time.
Yeah. And okay, thank you. So then my subsequent question is just picking up on what you said. Some projects that were done in the last financial year were brought forward because we got TIF funding. Is that reflected in the 50 million? So they've been accounted for and removed already? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, Rod. Yeah, some of it's kind of been covered in this previous discussion, but I think I'm just reflecting on the significance of agreeing to this today. To your point, Jane, is it's half of the doable kind of workload going forward. It actually has quite a material impact on our long-term plan process, and to Eric's point about how we actually are going to look at if we're going to change the way we do stuff. You've actually got half of your work plan sitting here in front of us already of previously committed work. And it's actually scaringly significant and where that actually leaves us in our next stage of the process. And just reflecting on the previous councillors that were here last Terranium and the constant sort of badgering on, can we actually deliver this? And kept asking that question, and the answer was continually yes. But due to, and I'm no disrespect to the staff or anything, because there were a lot of circumstances in there, including the TIF funding and the Better Off funding and everything that have pushed it out. But yeah, and I'm really confident that, well, comfortable, I should say, that we're looking at changing it and making a different approach. But yeah, it does have a big impact on where we are today.
Yes, that paragraph is very descriptive. So I've got one and then I've got.
I wonder if there's opportunity here to pass a lot of these projects, hand them over to communities, and the council become more of a partner, and the communities do a lot of these things rather than relying on council to.
I don't think it would take away from the problem, which is a lot about the complex nature of even small projects. I know you've got experience of thinking, for instance, a new toilet's easy to do, and then you find archaeological stuff, and you find RMA stuff, and there's a whole lot of stuff before the actual build. Some of them, and I think we're trying to do that, is to get a register. Building a fence is a lot different to, I don't know, probably installing a toilet. And we have to really think through the model we're doing in terms of, that's a good suggestion. It's not one or the other. So I think it goes into our heads about what we do.
Okay, well, that's because re-roofing a hall, for example, we don't need council staff to do that, do we? It's the roofer that does that. It could be just a matter of.
Through you, the chair, we do actually use subcontractors for a lot of the stuff, and the staff will just organise it
and get them to do it.
Yeah, that might be something a community board.
The core issue here, if I've heard you guys correctly, is always with any council, the issue is how do we project manage. It's actually the initiation and the sign off. It's not actually the doing. The doing's always going to be, well, unless you have a works department, it's always going to be done by somebody external. It's the planning, the consenting sometimes, and initiating is the challenge here. One of the things that would be useful, and I don't want to make a role for this committee, Jane or Emma, but it is because it's such a risk. It's seen as such a risk, and it is a strategic risk for us. Actually, some more information through the year from essentially the infrastructure team on actually where they're at in terms of planning and initiating projects, as well as also completion.
That's right.
You know, I mean, I hope for all the thumb, but if you haven't got it planned and ready to commission by Christmas, you know that you're not going to meet your plans. So I think we could explore some of that a week down the track.
Yep.
I would argue, but I'd like to see your paper on the 20th. Really is there's a few other steps before I start. I've got Matt, then I think I've got Sarah, and then I've got you, Julie. Okay, so Matt.
Big conversation on this one. I think to follow on from Rob is that there's the importance to get it balanced up and figured out so we can move on with the LTP process. I feel some of this also flows into the representation review as well. To talk to John's point of having community boards be able to make some of that self-determination on project delivery as well. Looking at the attachment, it's hard to do a blanket transfer of all of the projects because there's a lot of nuance to them. There's some of them are projects that have been delivered but are under budget, so there's areas for rescoping. In areas like that, it may just be pragmatic to say, well, the project was delivered, it was delivered under budget, rates have been collected for it, it goes into the community board reserves, rather than adding another project to the list when we know there's resources. There's other projects on there, street lights, for example. I'm not sure, there's quite a lot across the district, but I know, for example, at the Riversdale, street lights have been physically in the country and delivered and waiting installation for over 3 months now at this point. So if it's waiting for other community streetlights to be delivered, for the project delivery to all be done in one, then you can't defer communities that have been waiting and essentially ready to install. When, to Don's point again, it could be something that the community could undertake themselves to actually get the procurement of installation figured out at a local level. And I guess some of the projects too being fairly recently added to the list. I don't want to pick on anything in particular, but I know that the flag tracks is a relatively new project that was confirmed this triennium. And at the time of that project being signed off by the community board, councillors were present saying, hey, there's some resourcing issues on project delivery. We just heard this in council meeting. We just need to be honest with the community boards before encouraging them to take on projects and then have to go back down the line and say, oh, sorry, we're under-resourced, we can't deliver on this. And it just comes back to that open and frank, realistic conversations with the communities on levels of service and not just encouraging projects to add to the list, but actually prioritising based on the constraints that we're all facing. So yeah, my view is it's very hard to just say yes to all of it, and I understand it. To get the process moving, we almost do, but this does need to be looked through, and I think community boards need to have a look through it for their respective projects and have that delivered to them with a very honest think, does this really what the community needs priority right now? Things that have already been invested in, like the streetlights, for example, just get them done. And just try to not overcomplicate some of these processes.
Thanks. Jane, you look like you were...
Another thing that came to mind is we've been working with the community boards on a prioritisation tool. And ideally, the way to have a good capital programme is use the tool which has their input, and then you get a list, and then you simply draw a line. A colleague here sitting, is he still here? Yes, he is. Well versed, and I think we've talked about it around this table too. Ultimately, it's your programme, so we can provide you with advice about where the line goes, but then you have the flexibility to say, well, actually, this one down here, I want to put it up there, and we'll take this one and put it down there.
It's a classic case of governance. You're going to add something on. How do you take something off? You go. I've got Sarah then, please, Julie.
Yeah, so just looking at the projects as well, what I would say is this snapshot will be at 30th of June, is that correct? Or is it? No. Is it? So it's a 30th of June snapshot, but we are already 2.5 months through. So actually, we won't be sitting at 12.8 million anymore, because some of this will have been delivered on in the last 10 weeks.
I think you're sitting at 12 million for the financial year.
But you're right, some of the projects.
Some of them will
Some of the projects, but because this is just a snapshot in time, some of this will actually have been done.
Or be underway.
Or be completed even, potentially.
Yeah. We've been through it with a fine-tooth comb, ask these questions.
I'm just looking at sort of a couple that I'm aware of. I mean, the information kiosk is well underway. The library, Tiana Library, that money has been given to us.
Yeah.
You know, it's appearing as an expense. It was money that was given by Te Hautoka, so it's not actually an expense, even though perhaps it hasn't been implemented in the library. So there are things like that that actually mean that we have to be mindful of that knowledge over and above what we've actually just got here in front of us.
This is formalising the.
It's a formalisation. This is a numbers. It's a numbers exercise.
Yeah.
Julie.
Thank you, Chair. That, just sort of thinking or reflecting on your comments on progress, hearing of progress of these things as we go through the year. But in looking at the list on attachment A, there's a lot of those things must be well underway, even from just the comments that are there. So, yes, there's extra work and it does need to be done. It does need to be completed. But is it as grim as it looks? Really?
Thank you. I think Julia, without we've been pretty transparent with each other already today. But I mean, your point, Jane, is 36 million is sort of the achievable number.
And that's a stretch. That's a stretch.
We're at 65 now with this. So yes, unless we try and change something, which is the impact of the resolution that follows the date and your intention to come back on the 20th, you'll be facing a bigger number next year.
And for you, Mr. Chair, then the 58, even this capital works program for this year presents us with an issue, regardless of whether we've carried forward anything or not.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, agree. That's exactly right.
We could extend a year out.
Which is why the emphasis on we're just formalising what's already happened, which is the moment we're operating under the basis these are all rock forward. But that's why recommendation E, or the acknowledgement of E, is really important. It's saying that we've got to change the model. I'm using your words there, Derek. Well done. You've got it in my head, but you're quite right. Okay. Any other questions that we've got to raise here? Derek, you've got a point?
Yeah, well, I just wonder why we don't limit ourselves to 35 million capital expenditure each year, and if we do get it done, we can always grab some into this budget. But why do we sort of set ourselves up to sort of fail here a wee bit, I guess, is my question.
We're all agreeing that, but it's what's in that 35 million.
Yeah.
I mean, there are always games you can play. I mean, like I've used a number of the bigger urban environments I'm in. It's easy to meet some numbers. You just have to have a big project. Dollar-wise, it's very good. But I think we're being very honest here. We have a lot of small projects. I'd be correct if I'm wrong. We don't have a stadium idea probably for an $800 million stadium in Te Anau.
No.
But if we did, we'd have no trouble with our, in dollar-wise. It's actually the quantum and the resource to initiate each project. If I'm getting the message correctly, is what is the challenge for us.
That's right. And I've been involved with a couple of rebuilds post-earthquakes, and you have to think differently then. You don't get 10 years to do it, and you just have to think differently and plan of take out and look at something. They'll go away, but we can't just replicate somebody else because Southland District is.
But I think to Don's point, though, I mean, if you take the Five Rivers Hall, I mean, the community board could do that, get 3 quotes from roofing contractors, and some of those projects I don't think would be that hard to achieve without tying up a lot of council stuff. I know Te Rapa just set up a man shed, if there's some little building project, they'd probably be happy to get their teeth into something like that, I think just think a little bit differently.
Good. Matt, and then Rob.
I'll leave it.
Okay, Rob.
Just wanted to touch on it before, but just reflect on also like the better funding that came through, where the criteria was that it couldn't be in your long-term plan. So we had to come up with a whole lot of extra work, which is and it's caused some of this bow wave, right, with a significant amount of expenditure and workload on the team outside of the planned approach. So yeah, that has an impact too. Just recognising it.
I think we've threshed this pretty hard. It does, Jane and Emma, put a lot of emphasis on the 20th September. Fran, it puts a lot of emphasis on actually that little acknowledgement that we have underneath the schedule. So I think we know where we're going. The proposition is we need to do this in form because it's actually in relation to what we're doing. The 20th September becomes critical. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the motion? Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Sarah. We had really good discussions. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Right, I think I have got my ability to read a clock better now. It might actually be lunchtime. So look, could I suggest, are folk happy we limit it to half an hour? Okay, so it's now 22. Can we be back at 10 past, please? I'll try and be snappish myself, so that we can move on the afternoon. And I've got 2:30 for Darren. I think is my deadline. It'd be good. Then John, you got to catch a plane from?
No, because I was told you were going to go on and on and on. So I'm going back tomorrow.
Gee, who advised you on that, John? No, thank you for being flexible. But we will try that way. It may be, so having said that, John, so thank you.
The implications it could have implications on our direction of travel and also for any long-term planning in the context of that change and uncertainty. You'll see the resource and delivery risk also continues to be assessed as increased. We've made some real progress in terms of how we're addressing the risk drivers that has caused it to be assessed as increased in the past. However, we are still seeing uncertainty around our ability to attract funding into the region, such as how we compete against larger councils for contestable funding, and also reflects some of the ongoing pressures on our staff retention and recruitment. Before I speak to the climate change risk, I would just like to note that Council's disaster event risk has moved from increased back to stable this quarter. In mentioning that, I just wanted to acknowledge that this was actually subject to a robust conversation at the leadership team level. We've moved it back to stable as an acknowledgement of our comfort level around the mitigations that we've currently got in place. But we did also want to speak to the need to keep momentum in this area and that danger of it won't happen here sort of mentality, that level of complacency. We did want to keep a level of focus on that, however we have moved it to stable. So climate change. You'll see that's moved from stable to increased this quarter. We weren't able to do a deep dive this morning, but I just want to speak to it in a little more detail here. So this risk is a hugely complex and interconnected one, and it's really important that we don't silo it, we don't look at it in isolation. If we're going to effectively mitigate this risk, we need to see how it connects and integrates with all our other strategic risks, and also acknowledge how it's changing the way in which councils and organisations operating. So we've described it in our risk register as the risk that council is unable to adapt to or mitigate against the effects of climate change because we haven't adequately planned for its impacts. So planning for its impacts is important, but many of the mitigations that we currently have in place speak to the direct impacts of climate change. We're already starting to see those being realised. So we also need to consider what role council could take in mitigating those indirect impacts of this risk, how it's affecting supply chains, how we can avoid displacement or isolation, how our communities might make big changes at times when they're feeling financial pressures. And also, as we spoke about this morning, the more and more climate change obligations that are being required of council. So the deep dive report speaks to decision-making and uncertainty. It also speaks to funding constraints, but there's a reality that some of this is business as usual now, that we're never going to have enough information nor funds available. So some of those areas that we can actually make some traction with mitigations is looking at how we engage and communicate with our communities, and also in terms of the timeframes that we start looking at the mitigations we can put in place, thinking beyond 3-yearly election timeframes or 10-yearly long-term planning cycles. So we need an understanding that the work that's been done in the current LTP cycle set up those internal systems and controls, and now this next cycle is about taking it out into the community to involve them in their planning too. So happy to answer any questions you have on the risks this quarter. Over to you, Bruce.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate that, that heads up, and some really good reporting here, which raises lots of thoughts in my head. Look, you folk first. Questions for Jane or comments that you'd like to make at this stage, please? To give you a lead, I always start with your summary page, Jane, which gives me a sense of the total risk profile, which is page 209 of the 209 of the agenda, and just reflecting on both where we are post-treatment, which is actually where does it say this risk really sits as we see it, but then also the status.
289.
99.
29? Oh, you're right. You need glasses, Paul. 299. Sorry. 299. Sorry, it's faint on mine. 299 is where the summary is. Jane, just while folk are catching up on that, can I just ask a couple of questions? I guess around, or perhaps even comments around climate change. Now, I think Paul, did you mention this before? Was it you, Sarah? That actually, do we have a KPI?
Yeah.
It might be good we don't have a KPI at the moment because we'd be audited on it, but I probably shouldn't say that publicly, or else Michael will have a crack at me when he comes in with his audit report. A couple of messages here. One, I have a number of colleagues have a can I say it, older people like me, senior colleagues have I guess a group of risk committee chairs that meet occasionally. And that includes a colleague who's the chair of the Hastings one. And I was interested in your comment, Jane, that actually one of the things that we're noticing about climate change, my group, is that the speed at which the impacts of climate change are becoming apparent. John said to me after Gabrielle, he said, as a committee, we never thought the effects of an event could be what we received. He said, yes, we had climate change risk, and of course one that's closely related to this is one that we have, which is disaster management. And he said, we had some views about it, but you need to double those views to get anywhere near the impact of what we faced. So I'm going to leave it here. I mean, I'm actually feeling the pressure of time, to be honest, but I'll leave it here that actually I think there's a challenge because we haven't done your deep dive justice. Actually, in terms of thinking about climate change, and I know it's at the disaster end of the scale, but have we thought sufficiently, I mean, this will be obviously this is a working group, it's in line with EMS, actually what could the scale of the issue be in the current environment? And I wonder, it's just phenomenal. And then when you think about the downflow recovery, that really, we've talked about, we talk here about resilience. Rob talked about our financial constraints that are affecting us at the moment. It does worry me. Okay, so I think if I can use some mixed phrases, my tolerance around actually, and this is where I want to come back to your point, Paul and Sarah, my tolerance that actually we do think about this, but actually what is it we should be talking about with our community with this LTP suddenly becomes much more crystallised in my mind. So that gets me to my second point. Again, in a similar grouping, but it's run by the OAG, the Office of the Auditor General, who has a series of meetings. And it's clear that the Auditor General will have, as our auditor of our long-term plan, a strong expectation that we will be bringing effective discussion with our community over climate change. And so there's a bit of a challenge there in principle from the Auditor General, and it raises the question again, Paul and Sarah, do we have a KPI? What are we doing? Where are we going with this issue? So I don't know where we're going other than what I've read here, and it's great that the regional group's going, etc. But I just want to throw that into the pot as being the fact that I think the climate change, so not just the disaster, the effects end, let alone mitigation and also drama, or about the resilience of our own systems, and indeed, perhaps most importantly, the community, is really, really important. I mean, I see Dunedin, I think, is trying to proactively go to the Crown and say, how do we co-fund buying out of houses in South Dunedin? They got 3,500 they need to buy. Well, I don't know how many they're going to buy, but it would be 3,500 if you were choosing to relocate your South Dunedin. They've got to do it. So, I put that in there that actually it's one of the most difficult strategic risks that I think any of my committees deal with, and yet it's palpable. So I throw that in there. Paul, you would seriously have right around give an
disaster. Oh, no, just apart from the disaster side of it, there's our water supplies as well.
Yeah, yes. I take it you mean security of supply.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
agreed.
And fires.
And well, it's water, it's connectivity,
yes,
everything.
Yeah. So I think it's useful. You, Tom.
Oh, through you, Mr. Chair. I think this in part goes back to, we've recently seen a major disaster which is costing the country hundreds of millions of dollars and will do so for a number of years. And so the allocation of funds from central government will have to change accordingly. But it also kind of segues into sort of that level of self-responsibility and reliance and autonomy that communities must have, and they should be allowed the ability to be able to act accordingly. And it sort of maybe touches a little bit on what Dom has talked about earlier today with regards to allowing our people the autonomy to be able to not only to a degree act when they need to act, but also from our perspective, as an example, if you talk about risks around water, too much or too little, we can have things like databases where we have contractors or landowners with assets which can help to mitigate against real issues around, say, flooding or that level of self-responsibility, once again, that I know Don bangs on about, and to his credit, around that responsibility around conserving your water. I think as a whole, if you talk about climate change and resilience and adaptability, I think a lot of New Zealanders, if they are afforded the ability to do so, can assume some of the risk and probably do a relatively good job of it. But also in conjunction with obviously the change in our land use practice. Southland's a good example of geographically it's large. It's rely on primary industries. Throw a cat amongst the pigeons. I don't know if our current primary industries in some areas will be able to operate the same way as which they currently do in the next 30 years. And I know that's a hard question to address. I do realistically think that unless we look at some of those things that primarily are associated with that climate risk, by all means the auditor will be going, well, I don't know if you've done enough here, guys.
So it does raise the question for me. If we think about this as a discipline of thinking about strategic risks, it's going to stop us from achieving our objectives. The question is, as a group, what's our appetite? Are we, and I know there is a downstream implication and question from this, but are we doing enough? What do we expect to be done? If we were meeting with the community tomorrow, so that's the reality of that actually, and I mean Hastings is actually a really good example for us, right? It's a rural disaster, it wasn't an urban disaster. You can still go down Hastings on the date of the flood and use your FPOS machine. They can still go down and dairy and buy milk. The rural community, which we are essentially, I've had to use a technical word which I can't use in this room, was challenged, as you well know and well documented. So I think I'd probably leave it at a rhetorical level, but the question becomes, particularly if you award the LTP, how are you characterising or how are you dealing with the risks that we have here about climate change? And what is the debate you're going to have with the community? Yeah, Rob?
I can just add quickly though, we've actually got a live scenario happening in Southland at the moment.
Yes.
It's on a small scale in the scheme of Hastings type of setup, but it's actually, the principles are exactly the same with what we're dealing with there. So it's no longer for us a paper-based risk, it's actually something real that we want in front of us.
I wouldn't call that climate change.
Well, it's an impact of the climate having an impact on the, I mean, the semantics are irrelevant on that. It's something we're having to adapt to that was outside of our control, that wasn't planned for.
That's been happening for years. But my point is, LiDAR is probably the biggest one that we need, and I don't know where the council is with that. I know we've paid for it, but
Through you, Chair, I believe most of the flights have been flown now, and 30% of the LiDAR data is now available. It's starting to come through. I believe we've got the coastal data, we're just waiting on the alluvial data.
tell us. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
if we're renewing a bridge, well, do we lift it a couple of feet? You know, stuff like that. So, I mean, that's going to give us the data that we really need.
Yeah, look, and I agree. So there's a, you know, you're well raising, you know, there's a breadth of issues about can we live, do something that's relatively cheap to change, but actually, and also, of course, being focused on the disaster end and Tom as well. Sarah, you've got a point.
Yeah, I mean, to Rob's point, actually, we've got a better live example than that, and that was the 2020 flood in Fiordland. And, you know, in many ways, we could consider that we were fortunate in that situation, but it did show to us a whole raft of things. You know, if Tiana hadn't been able to be the centre or the hub to manage that disaster, then you know, things would have been quite different. You know, and it does come back down to, I sort of pick up on Tom's point in terms of being our communities being able to assume some of that risk. I think in this environment where we've got increasing costs, even basic things like you know, storing food and water. You know, people can't afford to feed themselves today, then they're not going to store food for the future. Where are we going to be able to plug in massive generators? You know, all those types of things that our communities would expect us to do in terms of infrastructure do actually need to be considered. And I know EMS have changed their policy on schools being Civil defence centres. I knew I was trying to find the word. Civil defence centres, because it's been proven that, you know, it's really important for people to get back to normal as soon as possible, and particularly students. So, you know, there's, as well as running the LiDAR information across everything, these are some of the other things that I think we actually need to start to think about.
So, Jane, we've named the problem, and you've helped us get there. I'm not going to say, so what's the plan? Because I think that's unfair. But I do believe, and I don't think this is quite the time or the ease of passing any particular resolution. But I just want to remind the discussion we've had is big risk. We're starting to understand some of it. Can I use the word metrics around it? In other words, what's the scale? What are the issues? What's the range? The question, are you happy? And I sense from this conversation that actually something more needs to happen. And I'm just going to let that hang in the air as a rhetorical point, Jane. But I think out of that, it says a couple of things. One, we do need to have that proper deep dive into the climate change risk, which we avoided today, not by design, but as it turned out. And perhaps, it's not you, Jane, but perhaps with management there can be some broader thinking about how do we take this discussion on at a deeper level, and a more meaningful level, because actually it should have some impact around our sector. Are there any other comments folk would like to? Sorry, Matt.
I guess just backing up that whole conversation relating to the report, my only thought would be then whether, if the climate change risk is assumed to be increasing, then should the disaster event risk be assessed as stable rather than what it was as increasing just because the topic of Hastings is passed. If we're assuming one is increasing, there's probably some better preparedness, but that risk to a disaster event naturally would be assumed to be increasing as well. That's kind of my take on that.
Really, sorry, Sarah?
And by every day, we get closer to an AF8.
That's right, that's right,
So I'd challenge that stable would be the only one.
And I think, I mean, I agree with you, by the way, because many of these strategic risks we recognise are all related in various ways, or one's a driver off the other. And I mean, I started really at the disaster one, didn't I? Which is actually, have we thought broad enough about actually what it really means, particularly in light of climate change? So I have to agree with you. Sarah, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I had a couple. Can I go back to the main report?
Yeah, sure. So look, can I just close off the climate change thing? Jane, I haven't given you any answers or even necessarily strong direction, but are you comfortable with what you've heard about actually some things that could go forward from here?
Yes, certainly, and I think we definitely try and facilitate a more meaningful discussion and an opportunity to really explore some of these things, and we'll make sure we have the staff available to do that.
That could be a one-topic deep dive if we've got time for that somehow, which is good. Thank you for engaging me on that. Sarah, you've got some other points.
Yeah, so I was just trying to reconcile point 89 and 91. It's on page 295. Delivery, it says that 89 says the risk is currently assessed as stable, which has changed from increasing last quarter. And 91 says the uncertainties around council's ability to attract central government funding sees this risk remaining as assessed as increased. And I was just trying to reconcile that.
Okay, my apologies for that. That actually is resource and delivery. We had a discussion at LT level, and it changed from stable to increased, and that's an omission that I apologise for that. We have we assessed it as stable, as I think the report says, that we felt that we had a really good understanding now of how we're managing our work program and the environment we're having to. The words out now. Sorry. So that was the reason why we talked about the fact that this volatility is now business as usual. We've now got the agility to keep moving forwards. So it was taken to LT as being, we see this as stable. The conversation then moved forward in terms of what about access to funding to actually pay for the work program. So that's where that change was made. So thank you for pointing that out. I'm sorry for that confusion there. It is assessed as increased.
And I have another, this is probably more a comment around understaffing. And I think we've all acknowledged the difficulty that we have in recruiting. I'm just wondering where the loss of IP and knowledge from staff leaving actually sits in this piece. And because it does impact on our ability to make sound decisions around the table.
That's through you, Mr. Chair, that's a very large part of that key knowledge loss. It's something that has been felt in the organisation. Should be spoken to more there.
I think the discussion we had before lunch around the carry forwards is just a symptom of this issue here. And again, no pressure, Fran, but it does actually mean how we do something different becomes very important, because how we do it different comes back to the issue, amongst other things, of procurement, staffing, and our work program. Even to the comments some of you spoke about community boards to do some of the lifting, for instance, it's procurement strategy. So, it comes back into this area here. So, I know, Fran, the 20th September won't give all answers to all things. But if we're looking at this from a risk perspective, that paper is an important direction in terms of the control, the mitigations we want to put in place to manage this risk. So one of the things that you need to do on the 20th is, does that paper reduce risk of delivery or non-delivery? doesn't, you've got to say, I should make it ready. I don't want to put Fran in the sling on this one. But it doesn't. We end this discussion today. Because actually it's about, does this address our strategic risk that we do not deliver on our work program? It's the reality of actually what the work we did previously. Okay, look, I'm conscious, folk, that we do have some guests here, and I said at 1:30 we need to get ourselves into mode.
Can I just make one point first, sorry?
Yeah, surely, Derek, go.
Just going back to the climate risk, I mean, I think one of the biggest risks to Southland is the build-up of gravel in the rivers.
Yep.
And if you use Blue Cliffs as an example, the amount of organisations that have input into before you can do anything, I mean, it's going to take a flood to happen before somebody goes, oh, we should have done that.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the moment, it's just all talk and no action. So.
Oh, sorry, mate.
needs to be done.
Yeah. And that's why, you know, I'm perhaps trying to stir us up a wee bit and say we should, sorry, it's discussion here at this point, Derek, but that's why, even though we might look at our neighbours up the road at Waikiwi, about Rivermental, etc., you know, we're actually joined at the hip with these guys. We've got to, you know, we feel we need to be initiating aspects within our LTPs. What I'm trying to say? Not that we'd suddenly ourselves be one necessarily, I presume, on river management, but actually we're trying to reflect broadly about how climate change is impacting, and actually it's some of the stuff we want to know. Some of the things we expect out of the regional, what is it, coordination, climate change working group. Right, I'm going to suggest, sorry, as I say, second time, that's a very, very helpful. We are effectively saying the environment's getting riskier. So the status is giving us more concern. We've got some homework now to do. Jane, if you could help us, that would be absolutely wonderful. So I wonder if we could just go to the resolutions, please, which is that we receive. Now, after making certain we follow the Act, we note where it's currently assessed as significant. I won't say with amendments, but we've got them, which I think would be relevant. I'll move from the chair that we accept a second, please. Thank you, Sarah. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jane. Appreciate your work today, and obviously we need you back. Look, at this stage, we want to deal with the forestry plantation paper. That is in PX. So what I'm going to recommend that we do is that we will do the procedural. Come to the front, guys. We'll get ready to go soon. We'll move the procedural motion to move into public excluded. And I'm going to recommend, for the sake of the meeting, we just stay in public excluded and do the other two items that are under PX, and then we will go back out into open session. So unless anybody's really going to give to me, I'll propose that we do that with the agenda. So with that off, we can move to the page where we don't, but I do appreciate you being here.
No, good as. Thank you very much, councillors. So this report is my yearly update to know how the council's transactions were sitting as the 30th of June 2023. As you can see by the first table, things are tracking pretty good, sort of except for rates. Rates is a really hard one. As rates go up every year, you know, the debt is also going to probably grow with that. So we worked really hard last year on trying to get that debt down. So as we work through the year, you get it all down. 30th of June, it's nice and low. 1st of July, you get the whole next year worth of rates on again. But yeah, last year we ended up with only about 33% outstanding at the end, and that's the lowest it's been in 4 years. So the team worked really hard. That does mean, of course, there is more people on arrangements that we're working through. So this year's focus is obviously to work with them and change them as the years go through with rates, and more people going through the debt collection process, because as we get stopped, that goes into that next process. So with us using that more, there's also an added cost to council with that. You can pass on all your court costs and stuff that are related, but not the commission that you do pay for your debt collection. So that's a side effect of getting your debt down. The other costs are rising as a side for that. A councillor asked me recently, when you look at your debt, how much of it is old? It's not something that was in here, but it's something I looked at recently. And of my current balance that I have about 1.7, half of that relates to last year. A quarter of it is the 2 years prior, and a quarter is my older debt that, you know, is going through those sorts of processes on real long-term arrangements. So that sort of gives you an idea of where it sits, and that sort of rolls every year. So yeah, The other thing I'd like to highlight is rates rebates this year. We also did a real push on that. They've sat around the 650 mark every year. This year we got 753 applications through, so that's a huge increase of about 100. That's really good. We've made another process to try and improve and make sure everyone gets that again, and we try and keep promoting it wherever we can. We're also pushing email notices still as our preferred, because we just got notification of those costs in our printing house for printing and mailing is going up. So again, another increase to cost on our business. Metered water, I've still got one going through the sort of processes of non-paying, but apart from that, it's looking really good, and same with CIASA. Sundry debt is something we started looking at as well a lot harder this year and started chasing. One going through that legal process, and the other, and again, we're starting to use that debt process a little bit more, slightly different than rates. You're allowed to put on the court costs and stuff, but you are actually allowed to put the debt commission onto a sundry debtor, whereas you can't do that with rates. So that's something we're looking, if you're not paying your bill and not working with us, that why should other ratepayers bear that percentage? So we're looking to start passing that on as per our terms and conditions. And the other thing we talked about when the debt policy came up for review was putting interest on older debt, and we sort of said that's not something we'd like to do, but we are going to start looking at it on a case-by-case basis, where someone's come to us and said, look, we just can't pay a big bill for a while, so is that relevant to use it? So we are sort of looking at a couple of things in the debtor realm as they come up. So yeah, pretty good year. The other thing is that our team has worked really closely with customer services, and something we'd like to progress this year. They're starting to pick up a lot of our routine, regular stuff, like rebates go out in July and we get 200 forms back in instantly, and that's a huge amount of workload in one hit. When penalties go on letter, and we try and do letters to say go on direct debit, we'll help you out, we get a massive response. So the customer services team has been picking up a lot of that work and cross-training between the two departments, and that's something we'd like to explore. That allows our team to get into some of this more harder stuff that's sitting there and takes up a bit more time and getting to where we're going to be. So, yeah.
Great, Julie. No, that's a really authoritative and helpful insight. I do questions for Shelley. Yeah, Julie.
Thank you. It's not so much a question as thank you for your efforts in this regard, Shelley. You've seen the benefits of that constant attention to it, and also that promotion of the rates rebates, so more people are actually getting that benefit, which was something we pushed several years ago. Well, the last long-term plan, we were deliberating and considering how tough it was out there, and so yeah, it's great to hear that more people are getting the benefit of that. Thank you.
Shelley, any other questions? You made
just a little observation on the emailing of rates. I don't know if this can be solved, but something I noticed, I've got two valuation numbers, and because the subject line that the rates are emailed to me as is the same subject line, it comes into an inbox almost looking like one email. So opening it up, it's like I got one rates bill, and then I realised, hold on, I didn't pay my other bill. I had to go back and find it, and it's because it looks like it, because it's got the same subject.
Later, and I'll get a copy so I can see what you've seen.
Yeah.
I'll flick an email. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that.
It's just a little thing I noticed that.
Yeah.
Almost, I caught it right at the last minute, but wondered if that leads to something being overdue.
Thank you.
Thanks for that insight. Matt, any other questions? Shall I just check? Did I pick it up correctly? You're saying you've got one problem with metered water, correct? Presumably, obviously we can't cut off water. I think what I'm trying to reflect is there is the potential for it presumably to become, dare I say, politically hot in a media situation. You're clearly dealing with this in a confidential situation, which it should remain. Do you have the policies and the tools around this which we should be setting for you to enable you to deal with this appropriately?
This one, I think so, yes.
No, that's good. You can see what I'm saying.
Yep.
It is a very sensitive area where I have seen in the past this has to be dealt with at a political level because the person involved made it a political issue. And I'll leave it to your discretion and Cameron's as to whether there needs to be a greater level of communication. But it's important that you are able to competently, and by that I mean we've empowered you, enabled you, given you the guidance, whatever it is that you need to be able to do that. Good, thank you. I won't ask any more questions on that one then. Okay, that's superb. And I think I just probably as chair need to reflect, or should reflect Julie's comments. Well done. This is a sense that we are dealing with what otherwise could be an intractable problem, and as you've said about your consideration around charging interest on particular situations, this is our money and other people's money. So that's good. Sorry, it's good that in an appropriate, sensitive way you're dealing with the issue. Can we move to the recommendation, which is that we receive Shelley's report? Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Jaspreet. And again, I should also say, as we move this, Shelley, can you also take our thanks back to you?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sure they're the ones on the telephone line or whatever it is, and this is an area of sensitivity. So
it's our failed business model that gives them the work, isn't it? It's our failed business model that unfortunately gives them the work.
Oh, no, that might be. I hear a theme here, Derek, but I'm not exactly certain about this one. Okay, can we? I'll move the motion then, please. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? It's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shelley. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. That gets us to the health and safety update. Brendan, welcome along. And we have your report. So key points, please, Brendan, and we'll open up the discussion.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Obviously, you've read the report, hopefully. You know the perks of the report. I was just going to paraphrase as you've asked for. I guess go straight to number 6. Some things that we've been doing in this quarter is from the 1st of May to the 31st of July. It's not financial year related, but so number 6, health and safety training has been undertaken. Emergency management Southland training, employee health and safety refresher training, first aid, health and safety inductions. We have done first aid refreshers, driver training from the National Advanced Driver School. And we've also encouraged our staff who have been a little bit lacking in their 2022 health and safety refreshers to get on board. Sometimes it's easy, you get an email through, by the time you get 30 or 40 emails on top of that, that one drops to well below your readable screen, and in some cases it's just been people have forgotten to do them. So. Number 7, contractor health and safety monitoring is improving immensely, and you'll see that when you see the data in the attachment. However, it's not quite yet embedded across all departments. It's certainly getting better. And as part of the leadership and performance action in the health and safety wellbeing strategic roadmap, obviously KPIs are going to be set in the future for departments. We've already got some for our department. But that's going to be throughout council. So that does sort of lead me into the contract health and safety monitoring side of it, and especially when we come to looking at setting those KPIs, the definition of a live project, like we've talked about and like I've heard the conversation here this morning, whilst we're in a planning and programming phase of a project, you can't really audit too much. Certainly once you get into the delivery phase, physical things are happening. So just be careful if we're setting definition around what a live project is, it's actually potentially from when you can actually audit, so not from when it's in that planning phase. So if we refer to, I guess, the A3 on the back, as you'll see, huge jump in numbers on the contractor health and safety monitoring. There was a little bit of a kicker in there. There was some monitoring where the dates that the audit had been undertaken and the dates that they had actually been signed off didn't quite align, so they hadn't counted. But no matter where you put that 134, it's been a massive improvement in the health and safety monitoring, which is really positive. So obviously we've been continuing with the Health and Safety Wellbeing Committee, defibrillators in the Te Anau Library. We've been looking closely at the purpose, I guess, of the Health and Safety Committee that we have, and making some changes to, I guess, our terms to be a little bit more inclusive. The purpose seemed a little bit disjointed, and it mentioned workers and management and subcontractors, but it didn't sort of bring all three together. So we've been doing some work in that respect as well. So in the working together, 18 new subcontractors which have been approved this quarter, which is great. So that's right through from your small Dad and Dave's right through to your medium contractors, which is really positive. We do have a mechanism, and I heard earlier talking about a little bit of community projects and things like that. We do have mechanisms where we can do a health and safety induction for small groups. So the one that's referred to in here is the Ethel Hunting and Fishing Club, who did some work for us on a Better Off project on the Ethel tennis courts, stripping off the, what do you call that stuff? The green turf. Yes, thank you. Stripping off the green stuff, doing up some tidying, a bit of water blasting, low risk stuff, low value stuff. We go out, we do a health and safety induction, get them on their way, job done. So really positive stuff. Health and safety tour and site visits, obviously, generally as part of the audits. So progress on priorities. We've been looking at different apps to support working alone. The continual issue that we keep coming back to is the vastness of our network and connectivity, because they are all cell phone based. So it's something that we're working through. Then we don't necessarily want to go to EPIRBs and stuff like that, but so it's just stuff that we're continuing to look into and yet to find something that really hits the nail on the head. Driver training, as I mentioned, and health and safety exposure monitoring rollout. And then health and wellbeing risks, 15 workplace assessments have been done. So that's just ergonomics, basically making sure that your desk is the right height, so you're not getting pain and discomfort. Obviously, we've got our Benestar as our EAP provider, so continuing with that service. And we have SIT engaged for 2023 health checks this month. So, sorry, that was really, I felt like I talked really fast, but understanding you're under some time pressure, so happy for any short questions.
Short questions, I like that idea. Yes, Sarah, go for it.
The Tiana DFib, it says here, I'm sure if it's installed and to know how to use, but probably just as importantly, it's not on the on an AED.
Oh, it's not on the app yet. Right.
So it might be
will
worth
note that down. Because yes, there is that that website that you can go to, which tells you where every DFib.
AED locations app.
Yes. Thank you for that.
I actually realised there was an app, so that's interesting. Very interesting. Okay, any other questions? Or have you, okay, Sarah? Yep, Tom?
That's quite exciting, Brendan, what you're talking about with 18 new contractors approved for this quarter. That's really, really good news.
Yes.
And part of the reason why I say that is because this morning we touched on spreading our risk a little bit and sort of trying to come up with creative ways of paying for stuff. And did you also mention that there's there's sort of like a health and safety or an induction type course associated with those contractors, or is there a level of competency, or which includes the training and the type of equipment that they have and so on and so forth for those contractors? Is that right?
No, not quite. They have to have, I guess, those systems in place, and have recognised what health and safety risks they bring and their equipment brings to the site. So close, but yeah, not quite. But certainly, if we were to go out and do an on-site induction with them, and they weren't someone who was one of our subcontractors, we would be able to take them through that. And you've got a digger there, make sure that you've got your people out of the swing reach, water blaster, eye protection, hearing protection, things like that. So the people that are going out to do those inductions are certainly at a level where they can have that input with those contractors.
So do we have a sort of a database of those people that we can? So we've got an existing contractors. We've got 18 new ones coming in. Is there room for more?
Oh, it's unlimited. Yeah, if they've got some basic health and safety systems in place, they can get on board 100%. Yeah.
So, and I guess part of the reason why I'm kind of leading up to this next question is with regards to, we sort of touched on ways that we can mitigate against, say, a flooding event. If we've got a database of contractors who are approved, and we can add to that based on the health and safety requirements from a legislative perspective, could we then hypothetically call upon those contractors on a regional level to sort of help with, say, disaster relief issues or so on and so forth?
I think, by all accounts, those people come out of the woodwork, and I've just recently completed some EMS training, and the amount of people that they were talking about that just gather and in filling sandbags, they're dropping off loads of gravel and sand and shovels and even baking supplies, keeping people fed that are doing that type of work. So I think that almost materialises without having that data. I 100% hear what you're saying, but in an emergency situation, that stuff certainly materialises. I'm not sure. There's probably no reason why you couldn't put a bit of a call out to say, hey, if you've got supplies, or if you're able to respond, hey, put your name down and what you've got, and
So I guess what I'm saying is that it'd be good to preempt this sort of stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? It'd be great. We have a certain, like you talked there about the AED app. We know where all of our AED things are, but wouldn't it be great if we actually knew where all of our approved contractors were on all sorts of different levels? From a database perspective, so that if we know that through EMS we're going to have some major disaster event, if it be a flood or whatever, then we can, maybe EMS already covers this, I don't know.
I think they do.
Yes, I was just.
They already do this, so they've already got a database of all of this.
So EMS keep a database, and like we've got one for Tiana and Manapuri separately, and a combined one. And they have all the civil defence people, they have all the plumbers, all the electrician, all the trades. If there was a capacity to link those, that probably would be the way to go. I think Brendan's probably right, you can come out a little bit, but there is a database and a EMS, although they're short-staffed at the moment with Ali leaving, do look at that on a fairly regular basis as well.
I have SIMS training later this month, so it might be something that I raised 28th and 29th, I think, is SIMS training for me, so something that I actually raise during that.
Actually just passing that information through to...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good point.
The real thing I'd observe on this one is, we talked alternative procurement and it's good, and I think we should be exploring it. Out of all of this, given we're talking health and safety, Thomas, we don't lose our responsibility around health and safety. Just because we know all the contractors in the area that are, and we want them. Actually, the critical question is who's not accredited that we want to use. That's the problem. Because even in a disaster, we still have health and safety responsibilities. And in fact, again, if I was to go back to some of the briefings I had around Gabrielle, it's actually in disasters that you run high risk around health and safety. So the critical question actually is not just the use of the procurement, but actually we'll look through Brendan's area, the health and safety connection, because as we know through combined PCBUs, we do not lose the responsibility, even if we want to do something that's innovative. So we have to, that shouldn't be a killer on us doing it, we just have to be aware of it. And
I suppose Whakaari White Island's a good case.
Exactly, that's right, exactly. Or dare I say Thames Coromandel and having a bouncy castle on a council reserve run by an operator. Okay, Brendan, sorry, the other question, sorry, Julie, you were waiting patiently.
No, it was covered.
Covered? Okay. 3 questions from me then, Brendan, if that's okay. One is, and I'm looking at the schedule. Safety observations completed this quarter, 52, but good number. I don't quite know whether it's good or bad, but that sounds good. Given 87 for the year, 52 last month is probably, the quarter is not bad. What I'm interested in is actually the number of which you found unsafe conditions. So a quarter of them had unsafe conditions, correct?
Yep.
Right. That's quite a number. 1 in 4 displayed some form of unsafe conditions for the sites that you were on. Sense to which I'm going to say, what do you do about it, man? That's not I don't have a basis to say it, but that strikes me as a rate that should concern us.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the comments below, so give those unsafe conditions. So it was like ice on stairs. Sorry, it's really small font.
Don't worry, mate. Go for it.
Other vehicles on road, car park in alleyway, Piccadilly Place. With an interaction with some people. Work vehicle stuck in mud, incorrect traffic management plan. So obviously those things that can be fixed on site at the time are done so, but that doesn't change the reporting or the way that is recorded. So some of them are quite, I guess you would class them as insignificant things, but still they get noted as an unsafe act, or an unsafe condition, sorry.
And if it's not something that can be fixed on site, in that minor, where there is a change in practice, how do you follow through?
If I take the particular Piccadilly Place one, where obviously where we park is sometimes in quite proximity to people who venture out quite early in the morning, sometimes in their PJs and things like that. And so that interaction that was raised, that unsafe condition, was walking to work and having an interaction, an unpleasant interaction with someone. So that came back. It was discussed at the Health and Safety Committee meeting. It was discussed with P&C, and then basically a SDC-wide email went out. Hey, these are really the places that you should avoid. Talk about it in your teams. And so I talked about with my team them actually just bringing their car and parking out onto the street, which it's free parking till 9 o'clock, and then till it's obviously daylight. Obviously, they then perhaps go back to bed. So then, obviously, it's a little bit safer to walk to work.
Staff or the people?
So yeah, we did like that particular one. We followed right through to the end, and then obviously,
essentially, it becomes a corrective action, which you follow up on over time. Do we have a record of those?
That's probably a really good question.
I think that's an open question to you, mate, because I would be used to some level of reporting, at least at the high level, how many corrective actions have we identified and have not been corrected. And I think that should have some visibility with us, if that's okay. So it's brilliant. So please don't ever, I'm going to come back at you if it's 1 in 4. Don't stop being good and open and transparent. I wouldn't accuse you of anything else, but I'd be keen to see that we could be comfortable that number might come down, or that it's only left at the minor because we're on top of corrective actions. So my second question is a wee bit similar, which is the managing the risks. So we have, I should have added it up, there's about 10 critical risks there.
Yeah.
And we've got a range of responses. And perhaps my overriding impression from this is they're all just about there. We've done 2 out of 3 policies, or we've done 2 out of something. What's it going to take it to nail these? I mean, these are our critical. So again, if I go back to where's the weight of our effort? I suspect if I went back to the last report, and I haven't, and I'm going to be a wee bit naughty and suggest the numbers are probably the same or similar. What confidence can I have that we move the dial on this?
Absolutely. Look, great question, and I thought if you hadn't picked it up, Bruce, someone certainly would have. Through you as Chair, obviously there is one piece of work that we haven't focused on whilst there's a group of 4 of us have been looking after the health and safety while we've been absent a full-time health and safety manager. So the things that we had sort of focused on was the shared app, health and safety inbox, event planning, and reviewing event management plans health and safety meeting involvements, subcontractor sign-ups and assistance, and info for the health and safety report that we had good knowledge on. And with that particular criteria, we just had to park it. We did go back to Terry and Amber in phone conversations and emails to try and get some traction on it, and it was just an area that we were out of our depth, I guess.
Well, thank you again for the honesty. I have to say I can't step past it though, because we're saying if these happen, we have serious injury or harm to our workers. So I'm not putting you on the map, I'm putting the organisation on the map. I need to know the plan to get these nailed. Otherwise, I don't want to be in court, because I'll be there in court with a whole bunch of other people as well. Not because I'll be liable, but actually because in some way somebody might civilly want to have a crack at us.
Totally agree, and we need to keep moving on that. We've got recruitment occurring this week, interviews for recruitment, so it's, hopefully we will get back on track.
I want to stress, Brendan, I don't have any, thank you for, you being quite clear, and, perhaps you've got a sense you're holding the baby while we get things in place. Unfortunately, accidents don't wait. And that's what my worry is. So between you and Fran, if there's something you can bring back with the next report, quarterly report, that would be helpful to know what is the plan. Look, my final question, I'm sorry that I'm taking a bit of time here, is actually the Minister EAP. Actually, back in paragraph 9, the report says it's well utilised. And I could interpret that in a number of different ways. What do you mean by well utilised?
Well, I guess you could look at staff attendance. So every time that we have a Benny Star presentation, online presentation, the amount of people who either gather in here or join online from the comfort of their own desk. So that, as well as obviously downloading the material that gets sent out, and obviously there will be an element of what I'm trying to think of, stuff that I'm not party to, which will be those who access the EAP services, that's the metrics that I have.
Fair enough. And somewhere down the track, we have the responsibility around well-being as well. And I would be expecting that periodically on an anonymous basis we get a sense of who's going through EAP. Sorry, of how many, quite specific. Clearly not names or anything like that, because it's got to be confidential. But actually, to give us the chance to say what really is, some of the metrics we have. I mean, it's like also doing an engagement score of people engaged with the organisation. I get a sense that they like being here. That's great. But in this situation, some of the key metrics are around why are our staff presenting for EAP? Because generally it's at a point of stress in their life. And so consequently, there is generally a level of information that risk committees can get around its non-work matters or its work matters. And that should be something that we, again, from a health and safety perspective, again, I'm appreciating you holding the baby, and it's a wee bit unfair. I think Fran's the cavalry over the ridge here. Go for it.
Absolutely. I was going to say you can get a difference between the non-work and the work aspects. We should be able to pull that data from them because for that very purpose, it's not all work-related stress necessarily. It might be a death in the family. That person's being supported, needs to be supported through that, or a partner's got a gambling problem, or so. We can definitely look at pulling those through, but we'd need to give some appropriate.
On a periodic basis, Fran, that would be very helpful, because it just gives us a level of assurance that people have the ability to access. That's why I was interested in the well utilised. I thought it might have been that it's well utilised because they're under stress. That's a different thing than people coming here and taking part in a good
proactive training,
mental health or well-being things. That's great. Thank you for that. That's good. I'm outlasting my colleagues here, I sense. So I've got no more questions. Can I just check? Does anybody else want to raise something? There we go. No. No, can I leave it? I'm going to leave it. Let me come back, Brendan. You know what my question's going to be next quarter, so I'll let you guys work on that one, please. I'm just looking for the information there, what I can take out of this. Well, I still want to be a good summary report, but logically has to follow through. Actually, I do want a resolution, sorry.
Okay.
I think it is important. In light of the council, the committee notes, the current challenges, is that a fair way to put it? I'm open to how you might describe it, of addressing the full range of responses and for our critical risks and requests. More detail and a roadmap for clear at our next quarterly report. If that's not, hopefully it's possible. I mean, Brendan, I'm open to reason that if it needs more time, tell me, but I just want to know that in some way we develop some plan within the organisation in light of the current circumstances we face. How do we deal with this? Because I decided we need to have that recommendation because I don't want to expose us as not having recognised that we're not dealing but we could be challenged if we aren't dealing with that. Absolutely. At that stage. Okay, yeah, Tom.
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on that, do you feel that you currently have the tools and resources available to you to answer some of the queries that the Chair has raised?
So just that one, like it alludes to, the information remains unchanged in that table, and yeah, I basically knew that it was going to be raised and had basically somewhat prepared, what we had been covering in that sort of short term and where we had not been able to ascertain where those metrics came from, what they related to, and what we needed to do to keep them chugging along. So you would be right in your assessment to say, Mr. Chair, that they were changed.
Back to Julie's point too, in the previous paper about sometimes when you have changes, we've been obviously experiencing our Jeanette's team, but your IP walks out the door at the same time. And I am sympathetic to the challenge you face, so I'm glad you're doing it. But I think if this gives a bit of direction to enable a bit of focus there. Okay, I can move that because I've done a lot of the questioning and actually some of the demands. Do I have a second, please? Thanks, Tom. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Carry. Thank you very much. Hey, thanks, Brent.
Thank you very much.
That's very good. Julian. Julian. We have you, Julian. Well done, mate. Well, again, a new face. I think relative to the usual job. Welcome here. Thank you for your very interesting report. So is there any comments that you'd like to make before I open up to questioning?
Yep, we'll take the report as read, but made some very good progress this quarter with that SAM for compliance score. Notice that's bumped up by 10%. That's a combination of deploying our new 24/7 cybersecurity solution, and we've also been catching up, sort of concentrating on the doing, so now we're actually reporting on what we've been doing into that SAM for compliance. So a combination of those has raised that score. I'm very pleased with that. The second thing, we ran our second phishing simulation across the group, and it looks like at this stage all that awareness training is showing up because we've gone from 11% click rate down to 7.3, so that's also very pleasing. Getting good feedback across the group about the awareness training. People are saying it actually helps them at home as well as in the business. Risks everyone faces, so yeah, they're our two big wins in this quarter, I would guess.
Brilliant. Thank you, Julian. That's really helpful. And as I say, the metrics are interesting. I suspect it will give rise to some questions. So, folk, do we have questions here for Julian? Or Jane, seeing you come up, Jane. Any questions? Look, firstly, Julian, in terms of the security audit recommendations, I noticed that essentially the green are in progress. So in terms of that sort of roadmap of trying to up the approach. There's nothing there that seems to be preventing us progressing. They are in progress. You're comfortable with the rate of progress?
Yeah, a couple are outside of our influence a little bit with the FMYS project and possibly some of the policy stuff, but all the nuts and bolts stuff in the background certainly we're going to handle on. And
so the practical stuff, we've got to get the things like the way of doing this done. I've noticed that being talked about actually elsewhere. Well done on the SAM score. One of the things that interested me was two things. One, the rejection rate on emails coming in. This is your Mimecast thing at a rate of 23%. I think that's actually a really important point for us as a committee to recognise that there is, again, I think from the 104 number, nearly, emails that are actually rejected. So that's for a quarter.
yeah, there's a couple of big spikes in there. We noticed it again, and it just happens over a 3-day period. We sort of analysed and just someone, I don't know whether they're just testing what you've got in the background, so they just throw a heap of, and they're not even real email addresses, they just pick your domain, so it'll just be XYZ at Southland District Council, and they hit tens of thousands of them just to see whether they can overwhelm your internal servers so that they can either distract you while they do something else. But the first couple, to be fair, we hadn't actually noticed, it didn't alert us, and our software code was okay, so as intended, we still get about the same rate through as real emails, so as long as that's staying static, carefully so tall.
Very interesting insight anyway, and actually the other interesting insight, which is not related to cyber security, is 128 million internal emails. Far outweigh the externals, which is an interesting number when you think about it. I suppose we don't all live in the same building. Can I just check the micro? Sorry, that wasn't being cynical. I was just thinking 128 million emails. Sorry, 128,000 emails. Did I say million? Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
I was going to say, like, I can't believe that stat.
I thought I was numeric, but I'm not literate, so probably time to
time in the day. What are you?
Can I just check the Microsoft score? 61 recommendations and only 39 are achievable with the current licensing arrangements.
Yeah, the Microsoft score is based around using all Microsoft products in your security stack.
Yeah.
So because we use alternative best of breed or alternatives to Microsoft, we're never going to be able to implement some of their recommendations.
Right, yeah. So this is the risk of being at the capture of Microsoft, which is in the news today, right? In our health system.
Which is a problem
if you're out there. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. And look, as you say, the SAM score does that, which is fine. And look, and thank you also for the advice then around the business continuity exercise that you undertook. There is some implementation that comes out of that. There's no reason the implementation of the learnings is a particular problem. It almost sounds like tickety-boo. Great, that's good. Hey, we're only as good as the last fight, so that's great. Any other questions? Being none, let's put the motion. Hold on. Oh, sorry, Jaspreet. Sorry. Oh, I am going bad, aren't I? Jaspreet.
I have just picked up on this particular word. This is possibly not. It's definitely not related to this. But just putting it on record there, Julian. There's this. Now I have my file is not opening. So slow. Algim is mentioned, or is it Algim, ALGIM, in one of the recommendations? And I have an email. I've been copied on an email by one of our ratepayers. What is Algim? And it has supposedly all of our organizations. Yes, I found it. Page 338, 4.1 shows the Algim policy framework developed for local government. And the ratepayers asked for more information, which I could not provide, about Algim signing up all councils to the Australian New Zealand Smart City Framework. So, is there something we have? Is there something like a council has, signed up? Because Algim website says it has, that all councils are signatories and it's a world first. Now, I wasn't aware until this.
Yeah. For us, it's just a
If you could just explore it for me at some stage.
If you could forward on the query to.
I will. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this particular organization mentioned. Thank you.
Well established, Jaspreet, and I mean the SAM process has been really important for councils to get a line and a bead on actually approach to security. So I'm sure Julian can provide you with
I have to admit my ignorance until this ratepayer brought it to our notice that what are we signed up to, I have no idea. So.
The other thing is, I confess it's small for me to read, but they actually which is actually benchmarking us against the other side as well as to which
Do you have a question? Oh, yeah, just with regards to the Mimecast stuff, I have to admit that I'm a little bit cagey sometimes when it comes to opening the Mimecast stuff. And then you're asked for a code put in, and you've got the option of putting in your cell phone number or.
So that's the awareness training you're talking about?
Not just the awareness training, but
releasing emails and things as well.
Yes, releasing emails. So I'm just wondering around that. I see that you use it, potentially looking at maybe using facial recognition as a tool. How close are we, because I know we use it for our iPhones and so on and so forth, how close are we, or how practical and easy would it be for us to be able to achieve that?
We've just achieved some of the prerequisites in this last quarter. So we've now got our domain controllers at a level that will support it. So it's one of the next cabs off the rank is for that. Yeah. That will certainly help some of our guys are out in the field as well. So yeah, that will be in the next quarter, I believe. Achieve that.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you for that, Tom. Any other questions for Julian? Thank you. Well done, Julian. Good meeting. It's great to have you here, buddy. Seriously, being very insightful. So our recommendation is that we receive Julian's report. Do I have a mover and a second, please? Thank you, Jaspreet. Thank you, Julie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carry. Thank you. Appreciate your time, buddy. Right, Environmental Services Business Improvement Plan. Sue, welcome. Thank you for probably it's been a long wait, so I appreciate your time and being here. Open to your comments, please.
Will you go? Oh, okay. So I'm assuming that you've read it once again. So this is the update of the business improvement plan. It's the quarterly update, and that's the one that happened with Morrison Lowe did the interviews and understood what the issues were around environmental services. And the main thing about my update is that it's going really well, and so the actions are starting to get completed, and some of the more important ones as well, which is very heartening. So I'll just tell you about three that I think are particularly good. And one is around first of all, I think many of you would have enjoyed, I'm sure you did, the workshop on the risk management with Julie Conradi and Betty Holden and Marcus Roy, and that was to understand the appetite of the council for risk. And so next week we'll finish that action off to understand how we apply those risks to the activities that happen within environmental services. So that might be things like using video for low risk building consents, like for a shed or something like that. So just taking a sensible, balanced approach. And that will be good for our customers. And the other thing that's great news from Louise Pagan is she is, progressing the customer satisfaction survey. And so there's been a company selected to do that. The questions are being put together and agreed with the organisation, and there's a list of people for the survey company to interview and to do the survey with. And it seems the list that they'll choose from is very similar to those that were interviewed during the Morrison Lowe report. So I think that'll give a good baseline survey, and that will happen annually. What else?
Well, just to expand on the survey, that's one part of it. The other part is in random population survey.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yep. And the other thing that there's a lot of work going on around taking technical rather taking administration work off technical people so that they actually spend their time doing what's valuable for the organisation. And that's going well. It's not easy, but it's going well. And the other thing that I thought was particularly good for our industry customers was that Building Solutions has gone out to the regions and comms have helped advertise that they're doing that, and they've met with industry people who are interested. They've also had gone to the home show, and the other groups, planning and health, will join them next time, so they'll do that regularly.
Thank you, Sue. That's very informative and a very informative report. We appreciate the fact that you bring it to us, given it's something you've had to do internally, and hopefully we can help you by questioning. I do have questions here for Sue.
And thank you for the work you've been doing and recognising getting out in the district, and that's had a really good positive reception out there as well. And it's the commitment's notable. Just a question on the KPIs and relating back to the annual report that we had before, where the KPIs for the consents were on the lower end. And is that worth measuring that inside this process as well? Noting that the extra work that's been done is most likely going to increase them, but do we want to actually measure that as part of this process?
Well, through you, Your Worship, one of the things that we've done is an internal KPI paper, just suggesting that we do measure those things and make them more visible. And so that is yet to go to the leadership team. It's been prepared with some options.
So the answer is yes.
So the answer is yes. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Jade and Sue. Any other questions? Okay, Sue, just a couple from me. You have probably some observations too. So thank you for the consolidated action list. Just raises a couple of questions. And I wanted to know action number 8, which I think is behind time now, which isn't in itself too much, although perhaps my question is, in action there you're wanting to rearrange with external providers, which I think is probably an important point. The fact that we haven't got this complete yet, it says almost complete, does that give any particular risk to our arrangements or the consenting done by these people?
I don't believe it does, because there are enough people doing the consenting internally, and there are some external providers.
Yes.
So, I'm sure they know about this, so they'll be looking forward to this.
I mean, I presume it's really around the contractual relationships we have them to actually do work, and they're probably still keen to do work. We're not going to suffer too much problem if we're still working through our terms. That's brilliant. Look, one of the other questions I had was Action 22. Maybe a bit unfair to ask you this question, but it's to review where the RAF system is fit for purpose and introduce an agreed improvement program. I'm just wanting to check the RFS program, as I understand it, fits right across the organisation, not just for your area. Is this an organisation-wide review of the RFS, or just as it relates to your area?
This is just our area, so no wider.
It was not for you to answer this question, but I'd like to know why it isn't being done for the whole organisation, because I think it would be relevant personally. But I'll leave that as a hanging question, which, as I say, perhaps you can answer. I don't know, Jane, whether you'd want to comment, but if it's probably good to review it, and I totally accept that it is in your area, which is tremendous as part of your improvement program. I don't know, I just don't bolt this on and say it needs to be done for the whole organisation.
I think we gave it an 24 day. Yes, we did. To give us a bit more time to think about that, because we may find that we're high users. I don't know.
Oh, you probably are the high user.
Yes. So it makes sense.
The group is probably the high user, although the interest from my ear, we've got an internal audit on the RFS system, is that correct?
Yeah, that was
We're
one of the
planning.
things.
We're planning. Well, that's why. Okay.
Put it all together.
Okay, that's cool. That's brilliant. I mean, I'm glad you're doing it. I just would like organisation for it to be done right. Christine, I know you're there. Just give me a couple of ticks and I'll be right with you. And then, see, it's still we wrote it under Action 29. we're doing a stock take of queries, and again, we relate that to building services, environmental planning, but not environmental, CH stand for. Why isn't it across all three? Not relevant because it's greyed out for, I'm going to get myself right, sorry. I always get this, environmental health.
I think that was purely what came out of the 17A, possibly. Is that right?
Yep, word for word.
Okay, I don't jump with that quite, tells me whether it is an issue or not, doesn't matter. Hey, the risk register, again, this is my final observation. No, sorry, not question. It relates, the risk register seems to be all in good form. There's nothing, I mean, this is probably is the key bit that really should interest me, is actually is there something preventing you from completing the project? This all seems to be in a relatively good, comfortable position, so nothing's impeding the ongoing progress of actioning and delivering on the state.
And the thing that is the most difficult is staff time, and making this a priority.
Can I just add that you'll see a lot of traction this time because we've got Sue here.
Yes.
The risk is not finding a permanent person to come and do this role because it really needs a driver, and Sue's just been terrific to come up with all these results.
So I've learned from the master called Jane Parfitt in my career, and she says measure, measure, measure. You've got quite a good range of actual metrics and measures here. I need to be careful we don't overscope our role in this, but will we start to see some of those metrics coming through? I notice when I look at the outcome measurement and reporting, starting from this month, you're starting to get some of those metrics through, which are going to demonstrate that actually we're getting the improvement that we're getting. Is that something that in future reporting is that reasonable to ask?
Yes, it's going to come through this.
It's going to come through here? Brilliant. Yeah.
Especially that customer satisfaction survey will be particularly revealing, I think.
Yeah, no, that'll be great. It's just one way of, I could relate it in a risk sense, but it would be useful to see. Christine, thank you for waiting for my time. It's your time now, Christine. Go for it. Might be muted, Christine.
It's echoing everywhere.
I can hear you now.
No?
Clear.
Okay, it's just a question. Thank you for your report. Is it possible on that action list to have it in date order when it says when by?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. That would be extremely useful.
Good, thank you for that. Sort on date by rather than number. That's great. Thank you for that. Any other questions, Sue? So this is a really good piece of work. This is about self-improvement. I mean, we can say there might have been a burning platform, there might have been a good reason. What I'm really thrilled is that actually the organisation's looked at itself and it's got a plan to improve. So thank you that you want to bring it back here to show us the improvement process. So look, best wishes. Jane's already said it's got lots of traction because you're on board, so that's great. And we look forward to the next report with the ongoing improvements.
Thank you.
Can I just ask for a move in a second that we receive Sue's report? Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Tom. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, it's carried. Brilliant. I'm just going to keep going, team, if that's okay. I'd like to try and get through the agenda and get us, if that's okay. And I think this is the last one. So rather than my temptation is to make a break, we might just keep ourselves going. Right, I think this may be due to given Robin's absence. Is that right, please?
So I'm going to ask questions on each page of each of you just to make sure you're awake. I'm serious. No, seriously. The financial assumptions is one of the key pieces of work in regards to our long-term plan. Okay, because that is basically just helping us think about the environment that we're going to be doing our planning within. All right. Now, the key to it, of course, is that these assumptions can be altered from now right through until when we adopt the plan, although preferably not on the last day, given that it needs to be in effect. But it is just a draft that we've got here for you to think about, to give the staff direction to start to undertake the planning that they've already started to talk to you about, to get some certainty around some of those factors, of which then, as we go through, we get more information, we can potentially come back and alter and edit and discuss that process with you. A lot of the points have been based around the assumptions that we've had in previous LTPs. They've also been updated for things such as the wellbeing scan that you will have talked about previously. The census data, of course, will be the previous one because that data is not out until March 24. So we're still working on some of that old stuff. In regards to the key non-financials, I think we've talked about it quite a bit today, and I'm expecting that we're going to have to still do some more work around this assumption, and that's climate change. So we've indicated in there that, that we need to be thinking about climate change in regards to reducing our carbon footprint. And Robin said to me that the assumption as it currently stands in there right now, I think, is a 5% reduction on a year-by-year basis. But we need to be going back, and we have gone back to our managers and talked to them about, okay, if that's what it is, what does that mean for you? How are you going to actually be able to achieve that? What are the things you're going to be putting in place? As that work continues as part of the AMPS, we may need to revisit it because some of these things are not going to be really quick fixes. They're going to take time, but I think the key to that assumption is actually committing, because that's what the government is committed to, so we need to, is that net carbon zero, right, by 2050. I think that's that key part. The other part that, of course, we've got is around our assets in regards to climate change. Identifying what climate change is going to have an impact, such as the sea level, I think it was talked about earlier around LiDAR information. That information is starting to come in, but we're not going to have everything for this plan. But it's potentially about being very clear to you guys and as part of our asset managers about what they are doing in regards to that information, because we did talk to our auditors the last time, and we have had a change in our auditors, of course, but we did talk to them that we were trying to get all that information and we would give them a newer picture of where we were going forward. But I still think it'll be a developing picture in that aim. Tourism levels, I think, was the other one that Robin just wanted me to just indicate to you that those tourism levels are indicating an increase rapidly. I think it was like 165 for Te Anau of pre-COVID levels, and there was another 135 in the wider Southland area. That was just something to consider. So we consider those sort of things, particularly around our assets, I'd say in our water and our wastewater, making sure that we've got capacity built into our pipes that we're putting in, that we're actually allowing for those events to occur. And that's often what we've had in the past for Te Anau, is we have built in that capacity for those things that often happen around Christmas, but are not just that ongoing. But those are where those sort of assumptions fit into the mix. From a financial point of view, I guess from my thing, there's three assumptions that I just want to work through with you right now, and there's a fourth that I want to come back on our next F&A meeting, and that's around the funding of depreciation, or the funding that replacement of future assets. I think that needs a separate discussion in its own right, given the level of revaluations that we've experienced over the last 2 years, and potentially if we stick to our funding of depreciation that we've previously indicated, which was a 10% increase every year, and we recognise that last year, given the huge increase, we were going to reduce that back. I think we should have been at 65% for waters, and we're now 45%. We should have been at 90% for roads, and we were at 80%, I think, and we're at 65% for roads. So we need to take that as a separate issue, bring that back with a lot more information. So that one is the one that I have just excluded at this stage. In regards to the other three assumptions, though, that I just want to work through with you in regards to the financials, one of them is around inflation. We have a requirement to put inflation into our assumptions. In every year, we have used BERL rates. Okay, so BERL actually undertake for local government a bit of a review to indicate where they believe those inflation rates are. We're going to get them in two parts this year, so we're getting an earlier version. Normally we have to wait till October, the end of October. They're giving us a preliminary one, and we've got it now. It is lower. The rates are lower, except for wages, than what we had in the last long-term plan for BERL. Once again, we'll get the final one again in October. So we're going to be talking to you with some numbers, and then potentially, if you were agreeing that Beryl's still the way to go, we potentially will be changing those years 2 to 10 based on those new inflation figures when they come through. The next one is just in regards to the interest on our loans. Now, what we've done is, of course, we've now got your agreement that we're separating out our borrowing and our investing, which now means that, of course, that we've got a bit more certainty around the fact that we will be going to LGFA, got it right, for the borrowing of funds, and that right now is sitting around about 66 million if we were borrowed everything right now. Now we've got, we've got 16 and 5, so we've got about 21 there right now. So we've got another 45. And you guys indicated to me that we were going to do it over a 2-year period, and we've done that. Well, we're in the process of just doing the first tranche, and then each tranche we were coming back to you. So we're going to be 1 year through that program. So the LTP, the first year of the LTP, will be the second year of that. So we won't be fully into it, but we'll be pretty near. The way that we've approached the calculation of the interest rate has been based on the strategy prepared by PwC. So that strategy indicated things like you want to mitigate things like interest rate risk and credit rate risk. So therefore you want to borrow over varying terms, whether it's floating or fixed. And based on that criteria, which you agreed in one of your meetings, we have then gone and applied that to the LGFA interest rates that we just received last week. And that means that the interest rate potentially should be going up to 5.67% from 4.35 in this current annual plan. And there's risk, of course, that it could be more, and so that's part of that. So that's the theory around how we're doing it. But of course, you have to understand, if we're putting in numbers into the system, we want some direction that you're comfortable with that. The second one is around the interest on our investments. Now, the interest on our investments, of course, remember that you've indicated that you will invest the unrestricted monies that you hold, which is around $40 million, into a balanced fund held by 2 managers, being Westpac and Milford, and you'll review those in due course. As part of PwC coming to you, they indicated to you that there would be you could work on 5.5 sort of average on an annual basis for a return on that balanced fund. Potentially you could get more, but that was probably more on the conservative side, and you would have 1.1% of admin fees, so you'll be getting 4.4%. Of those monies that you did get, you would be also, this is what you did in the previous one, and I wasn't planning on changing it, you're going to be utilising 750,000 of your returns to offset your rates. Okay, and then you would pay your restricted reserves 4.4%, and you would pay your locals 2%. And where you'd get the monies to pay that 750 would be because you weren't returning any interest on your district reserves. Okay, so you're using the money from your district reserves to actually offset your rates. And of course, we all know that returns have been over the last couple of years not great, but in then other years they are great. You have to have a contingency plan, because this is all, we work on cash. So if we weren't to get those monies, then we need to know what our plan was. In the past, we've just used our district ops reserve. Now, currently our district ops reserve is sitting around $4.7 million. We have commitments of roughly $1 million, just to put it in context right now. So we're sitting around the 3.2, 3.7 million of sitting there, that should our returns not be the way they are, then there's some cash that's sitting there. If it wasn't available, then potentially it'd be loans. So I guess that's the synopsis. Now, I know normally Mr. Chairman likes to go through each of the assumptions one by one, because he is, like me, agrees that these are really critical points, but I'm wondering for time's sake, but I'll leave it with the chair, if we possibly, because we've got the ability to relook at these at any stage along this process, that if you have got concerns, that we could talk about them today, and I can take those away and do some more work on them, and then come back to you with that information in that one, and or also perhaps in some more discussion around it. But I guess from my point of view, I'm just saying that that clarity, that Brill is okay to be used for inflation, that the interest on the loans, that you're recognising the methodology of how we've calculated it. You might not be happy with it, but the methodology is where you want to be, and that the interest or the return on your investments, we're leaving at the conservative value of 5.5 less than 1.1.
Mr. Chairman, I need to be excused.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate your presence today. Thank you.
Did I drive you from the room?
Someone else got a visit.
Apparently, I've been told I'm allowed to keep you here past 4 o'clock, otherwise I breach some rule, standing orders, which actually is probably a mighty important rule, so I'm not going to breach it. Dom.
I've got some concerns, Anne. First one, what's the barrel rate?
Yeah.
What's the barrel inflation rate? You've got it. I was just wondering what it is.
Yeah, so the bill rates are, they put them into different categories. So they've got energy, roading, property capital, staff costs, other property maintenance and water.
Oh, okay.
So they do different rates for each of those, and I'm happy to send that out. We've just really got those. They've only come out last week, I think. So I'm happy to send those around everybody.
Bearing in mind, Don, also your point is there will be an update on those at a later
Correct.
point. So before we take this, Don, and you've still got your right to ask questions, can I just ask a bigger picture question in light of your we're up against time here? When, we've already talked with the annual report about there being some significant decisions which ultimately come back to the state of our finances. You've mentioned depreciation, we've mentioned about the CapEx, there's a bunch of stuff here. In our long-term plan development, for which these become really important because they form part of our draft numbers, when do we need those by to be making our first decisions?
So those there are building the numbers on which we are then coming back to you.
I know, I appreciate that. When do you come back is my point.
Well, these guys are after numbers for AMP discussions the next time we come in. So those AMP discussions are happening towards the end of September.
Right, okay. So it's important that we have a sense, there's, so Anne's question is there more information at this point in time that you need to move on to give you folks some confidence that we have got the right assumptions, okay? And actually that is relevant because you are going to be presenting numbers related to the asset management plans later in the month. So we can't do it. Margaret, Don was in the middle of, then I'll come to you. Don?
Thank you, and the interest on the loans assumption 5.67%. That was going to be up around at some point about 66 million.
That's the loans.
Yeah. Okay, 5.67%, and then we've got borrowing. The return on investments, a net return of 4.4%, which is a lot less than the cost of the loans, and yet we've got a offset of rates of 750,000.
We're treating them as two totally different activities, which is what we've worked through.
Net out, do they?
No, because the loan, that's what we're saying is we're going to go out to our ratepayers to fund the loan repayments and the interest on those borrowings. And then the interest we are earning, which is separate, that interest that we are going to be earning will be applied to the reserves balances and given back to them, or it will be used to offset the rates.
So it's a bit, in my mind, I've got big concerns around that. It's a bit smoke and mirrors. We're suggesting that we're being sort of transparent about our assumptions, but in actual fact we're hiding a loss through our financial strategy, potential loss if these assumptions are fair.
That's no assumption. We've had this debate before, Don, and I think we've made decisions.
We're calling it some sort of, it'll probably fall in the revenue category.
I don't think so, no, and I don't think we should, by the way, be untransparent with the community about the decisions that are being made and what is actually being reflected. Yes, we have, this is unpackaged and our internal loans. The point is the ratepayer was always paying off debt because they were internal loans. We've just changed the nature of the way in which we have investments in debt. So it's not from that perspective changed. And indeed, the risk to the ratepayer is the same, that we have always been subject to the interest rate risk.
The interest rate risk that you owe yourself is a lot different to the interest rate risk that you owe someone else.
So that's your point.
Well, if you owe money to yourself, you can have a yarn to yourself and say how much I owe myself.
Well, I hear your point, but I mean, I think the risk is ultimately that comes still at a cost. There's still a cost to you overall economically.
Here we are, we're taking on more risk, taking on more debt.
Yeah, we didn't take that into account when in fact we were charged the ratepayer more than it would cost us to get the money out of the bank.
Well, I'm just signalling that I'm very uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, we've had the debate before, Don, so I think we can say we know your arguments being registered well and truly. Margie.
Thank you. Thanks for your report. Just going to the wellbeing scheme, looking forward with legislation, environment, economic and financial going forward. I'm talking about the rural sector at the farming gate with the 16% rise inflation rate. It was discussed in about April. And the costs coming forward with freshwater plans, SNAs, high value areas, and the price of what we're getting at the gate. How do we put that into a 10-year plan? How do we focus on the drop in milk prices, the drop in meat, and then looking forward, the affordability factor for our ratepayers, because it's going to impact on our businesses and
we can't incorporate those factors in apart from the affordability side of it. It's the, because this is your plan about what you're going to be delivering, and so that's why the assumptions need to be about how they're going to impact those financial numbers for us. Okay. But in terms of the fact that there's things happening to our communities about the cost of living and all of that, that's your other part that's coming at, because one side you're building up this picture about what you need to do, the other part's coming at you about the factors that are influencing that decision and how that might be made. And then you're going to effectively those two pieces of information and start to look at your levels of service and think about actually what are we going to do. Should we be reducing them or increasing them or whatever? And you're going to be thinking about your legislative requirements and all of that sort of stuff when we get those pieces of information. And I'm sure the chair would like to.
I think you said it right. Margie, your comments are absolutely on the nail. This is the point that we have started the day with, is actually what is the state of our balance sheet? And that's what we discussed in the annual report. And we've recognised that it's easy to sort of, it feels almost like kicking the can down the road, so you're going to have tough discussions in the LTP. This paper enables us to draw up what we can best sense or attest to being the probable costs for a given level of service we're going to, all things being equal, deliver. But then you're going to have to overlay it with indeed your questions, which, you put the A word, the affordability. And so there's going to be some iterations as far as that's concerned, because actually, a chance, you've created a position there, you might have to readdress levels of service. In which case you're going to have to go through the machine again to see how does that impact, how does that affect us being able to deliver our statutory responsibilities. So your question is absolutely right, but it comes after we've made use of reasonable assumptions and we've got these numbers built, because then we're going to have to overlay that, and that's the big question. That is your big question. How do we keep that organisation? And you probably can't do that if we do things like the other discussion we had this morning, and it is dotted in the papers here. what's our chance of the revenue? I mean, unfortunately, if you go into the notes to the assumptions, Kotahi funding is a concern. But if equally, for some reason it might occur, change government to a city deal, all of a sudden you might find between now and June, I'm being a wee bit facetious, but I think what I'm trying to reflect is there's other things that we have to also know as you try and consider. So it's challenging, but you'll come back to that.
Thank you. That external funding is so important, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. Yep, absolutely. So strong question and a really good one. So look, we've got the assumption. Can I just ask one question? We've got some recommendations here, and we can treat them as they are. What is the recommendation around climate change, Anne? Is there any recommendation?
No,
so
it's within the documents at the back.
Oh, okay,
so
right. Yeah. Sorry, I was
just
just looking for consistency around the paper. Okay.
Yeah. So it's all in here.
We don't have time, or else my standing order is going to say that I can't fly. We have high risk, and you can't help but get attracted by the various bits of red, and they're actually obviously the ones that you have pointed us towards, but it includes things like the impact of revaluation of our assets, which we will continue to hold, and indeed I suspect our depreciation number in the short term will climb, and we've already discussed at length today where that is at. Subsidies on roading we've talked about, pass judgment on very quickly, and the capital expenditure delivery on page 393 again is something that is going to be quite a challenge with this LTP, isn't it? Because we've got the 20 September paper we're talking about how do we just deliver the asset management plans. We've got these assumptions, quite a lot of moving parts. It's almost, dare I say, like a matrix as you try and work it through. I don't think we've got much choice but to accept these as they stand at the moment. That's really what I'm perhaps trying to get to, and we're going to have to see how the numbers unfold. The critical question here is keeping our eye on these schedules at the back and the level of uncertainty that go with the assumptions as we build them. Correct? And I'm telling you, it's sort of obvious, I suppose, and it just reflects that in terms of the planning process. We're going to have to come back to these again and again, particularly again stuff overload before building. Matt, you've got a question, sorry?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very new to this, but I guess looking at the assumptions and the 5.5% on the investment policy, that was the assumption at the time of the policy being adopted. But if I recall, when we entered the first tranche of investment, initially it was going to be negative returns on that. So if the assumptions for a 10-year LTP cycle, the assumption is that 5.5% would recover, but what's for conservative planning, would it be safer to have a more conservative assumption around that investment percentage, particularly for the first 3 years of the LTP cycle?
So that is the conservative number that they gave us. Right now the returns are potentially about that, not just slightly above.
So it has recovered?
It is recovering, yeah. The question is absolutely, as a council, you can choose to have a lower level of return in those 3 years, and I'm happy to change the assumption to do so. Recognising, of course, that we will then flow that through the other revenue sources that we will need to have. And that's why I mentioned about the District Ops Reserve, because that is one of your options. You could actually have a lower level of assumption and get that monies from the District Ops if you so wish, or you could have a lower level of assumption and get it from your rates or your other sources. Or you could keep it at the 5.5 and wait till the actual result happens, and if it's lower, then use your District Ops Reserve. So you've got different ways of approaching that topic, and it's about you and your comfort levels. But I can bring some more information back. I might even possibly for something, and we can just talk about those returns and where they're at. Because one of the things you've got to recognise, you've got two managers, and so their deliveries are actually very different too, so it's going to be a net off of.
I guess it's just like trying to figure out what the assumption of how much of a contingency plan going into the ops reserve it is versus that's pretty likely in the first at least 3 years of the long-term plan, which is really what's going to end up affecting rates. Yeah, like I say, I'm fairly new to all this, but understanding that assumption a lot changed. It's good to hear it's recovered, but I know that there was between then and now it dipped quite to a different figure. So for that conservative approach, I'm just putting that out there.
And, I mean, as it currently stands right now, if you invest in the bank, you potentially are getting a better return than that balanced fund.
So I think that's part of the problem is that presumably Brett's only got PwC only given us really what a standard benchmark set. The question is ultimately how to managers do better, or match or do better, and clearly with managed funds they've been going through a rebalancing because of where the returns were 2 or 3 years ago, which gave the great capital gains and managed funds was the best thing. Now it's how do they move from potentially shares into fixed term deposits and what have you, which, as you say, bring a better return at this stage. Julie, then Don.
Thank you. On page 389, I see in there that what Whakawhāhu is confirmed 55%. Right. Well, I don't think I believe that I heard that.
Oh, okay. So that was confirmed.
Yeah, so that's been confirmed, but it's being challenged at the moment to hopefully increase that. So
There is an increase on what we've heard.
yeah, 3% increase.
Should be something that we've
Semi-positive.
Not being too excited.
How much are you going for?
Well, I'd like to have 60
Oh, okay.
at least, because looking at the neighbouring councils and what other councils yeah.
Right. Well, that's again, if we're going 55, then Brett's with the Conservative side to go back to Matt's idea. Don.
With this assumption of 5.5% on borrowings of 66 million, are we going to be clear in our plan that that's going to cost us about $3.6 million a year based on that assumption?
So the interest cost is very clearly stated as a separate disclosure in our profit and loss.
I'm not certain why we wouldn't be disclosing this. There's no reason to be hiding anything.
No.
I'm not saying hiding, I'm saying making it clear.
It's like Samara, as you mentioned before, but I don't think I think we'll be very clear. Yeah. Don, we will be clear. Yes, Rob.
Just I guess it's a question. Your district ops reserve that's sitting at 3.4 million at the moment. Like, what's your level of comfort? Because I mean, in an ideal world, you wouldn't have that reserve because it's an over and under kind of thing. And I know it kind of gets used for unbudgeted expenditure and the lots, but like, is that sitting higher than it should be, or like what's the level where that reserve should be sitting?
That is a council decision at the end of the day. I mean, I came to you, I think it might have been 2 or 3 years ago, and said I'm really worried that things potentially going to go into deficit, and suddenly swung right back round again. So that is over to you. But yes, I would say that given that the district ops reserve is really a balancing number of rates from the district, it shouldn't be that high.
Given we've got it, it might be wise to be cautious with it.
Yeah,
that's given it as a backstop.
That's where I'm kind of going with that question. Yeah.
Which is really important because actually this is developing your financial strategy as well. I mean, which is another thing you'll have to nail as part of the LTP. In fact, I am about to have the lights turned off. I think by Fiona, I don't bring the meeting to a conclusion.
We'll resolve to carry on.
Can we resolve to carry on? I sense we're just
But there's also
Dash.
a workshop after this as well on the way down.
Oh, right. Oh, you've got to have a workshop?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so we need to finish because I think Paul said 4 if you want to get going. So perhaps what I'm wanting to check in, let's just check the recommendations. We use the word that we endorse the significant forecasting assumptions. We're going to chat about those and some of the risks. We note that any new information arising between now and the adoption long-term plan may impact, and we've also discussed that actually this just gets us into the first tranche of thinking around numbers and the fact that actually we're going to have to update those even though it's still, even though we're only talking about a 6-month period. And we acknowledge a separate discussion with the committee on the 18th meeting on the funding for future replacement of significant assets. Set a basis for us to take these, receive them, and go forward. Bearing in mind, whatever to your point, maybe we're going to have the overlay of affordability, but this is, we can't deal with the affordability, and we know what we think our costs are going to be, and this is the basis of developing our costs, and dare I say, our revenues going forward. So I'd like to suggest that actually we are in a position to do this. If you leave the room slightly wobbly about actually, gee, you wonder how strong these are, I think we're saying we are living in uncertain times, and we'll have to keep that close eye on actually how these numbers move, dare I say, in the next 4 or 5 months, well, up until we adopt the LTP on the whatever of June 2024.
We've always usually had reasonably good certainty over assumptions. I can see this time reiterating these things a couple of times at least, if not.
Really good point.
Oh, no, it's actually heavy to move though.
Thank you.
On the basis that the clear understanding that this allows us to move forward and working through this, because we've got to start somewhere and getting those numbers collated together and working it through. But staff need to understand that we're probably going to actually ask them to do it again. Some of the figure, some of the time, but
It's very helpful, Julie, and you're prepared to second, are you? Thank you, Margie. It's very helpful. Okay. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Aye. And you're against, Derek? And you're against, Jasper?
Do you three want your dissenting votes recorded?
Fine. In that case, the motion is passed. Okay, I think, has that got me to the end of my meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, I can declare it closed. Right. Thank you, folk. That was a tough one to finish the meeting on. And I do appreciate the way in which you guys, have hung in here and you've engaged on all the issues. It reflects that everything to do with our accountability, our finances, and our risks are really, really important.